Winter's Rage, The Crimson Winter Reverse Harem, Book 3. Written by Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Laurie West. Chapter 1. He was screaming again, a great bellow that ripped through the caves we'd holed up in. Not the ruby caves, just the regular kind, carved about halfway up the side of a hill. I stepped on the hem of my coat as I doubled back toward him, nearly tripping and striking my head on a sharp stone protruding from the cave wall. If not for Sasha's eyes, I would have. She whimpered and struggled in my arms to get back to her alpha, where she'd sit and watch over him until whatever had haunted him in sleep had gone. "Patience, sweet girl," I said into the especially soft spot between her ears. Careful of her bandaged back leg, I shifted her in my arms. "We're going." Shortly after he started screaming, he stopped. This was how it had been for the week we'd been here. Every time he had nightmares like this, though, the sound punched into my heart. Sasha and I had wandered deep into the cave system, which was a maze of narrow tunnels and huge caverns, searching for food. Yesterday I'd shot a white lizard, hardly enough to keep the three of us alive. And the day before I tracked a long creature with too many legs, but it got away. We burst in on Thomas, in a small enclave tucked behind a large boulder near the cave's entrance. He was sitting up, his wide, muscular shoulders heaving underneath his coat while he caught his breath. His beard and unruly brown hair made him look like more wolf than man, but the scars cutting down his face balanced his ferociousness with beauty. Maybe that made no sense, but it did to me. I found him perfectly flawed, a fierce beast who genuinely cared in his own private way. Sasha squirmed loose and limped slightly to sit in front of him like always. By the angle of her view, I could tell her head was tilted. He ignored her, like always. "Did you catch anything?" His voice was hard and rough, a demand for an answer rather than a question. "No," I said with a sigh. "We can go to Shai's neighbors." "I'll look." He bent his knees, and with the help of the boulder beside him, he hauled himself to his feet, his movements stiff. After he'd been shot in each leg, I'd done my best to care for the wounds, but even with swift wolf healing, they still looked jagged and raw. They'd thicken the patchwork of scars that already mottled him from head to toe. Sasha was doing well after being thrown in Faust's game of catch-kill-release, but I fussed over her constantly because she let me. Thomas, not so much. He shifted, a man one instant and a huge gray and white wolf the next, and loped off deeper into the caves without a word. I didn't ask him what his nightmares were about. I didn't have to. And when I snapped awake in the middle of the night, doused in a cold sweat, and feeling as though 1,000 wolves sat on my chest, he didn't ask either. He knew. Archer and Grady, both somewhere unknown, both hopefully still alive. Sasha whined softly after Thomas, and then sniffed around the blanket the three of us used at night. It had been left here as well as half a frozen canteen, an empty rusted gun, and flint for a fire. It had been left here by a dead man named Lucas, if the name sewn into the blanket was accurate. We'd found him sitting against the boulder when we arrived, nothing left of him but his bones and simple belongings. I shivered at the memory. I couldn't allow myself to think that his death meant our deaths too. Yet if we didn't eat soon... Sasha sniffed out a path from the blanket and then around the boulder to the cave exit. Of course, I followed, not wanting her to be more than 2 feet away from me. Past the sleigh leaning near the cave's mouth, she stopped, an empty white void in front of her, and then released a heartbreaking little howl. Swallowing thickly, I squatted down next to her and put my hand on her back as she went on and on, each one scooping out part of my soul. She missed Archer. She missed Grady. She missed her sister Ronan. I did too. I let her mourn her loss, since the wind surely whipped all sound away, and the falling snow blotted everything out, including us. Grady, at least I hoped, would be easy to find, since he was only about a mile away at Shy's neighbor's house. To get there, we could take the sleigh. The only reason we hadn't gone there yet was because the cave had been closer, and Thomas and Sasha hadn't been up for any more travel while injured. The way to the caves had taken what felt like hours, because I'd been the one to pull the sleigh. Me, with my unimpressive muscles straining to pull Thomas, someone double, nearly triple my size. Sasha stopped howling then and peered through the thick veil of blowing snow for the shifters she loved the most. "We'll get them back," I promised her, my heart cracking a little more. We'd get everyone who'd been torn away from us back, even Archer. I couldn't imagine what he might be going through while in Faust's clutches. I just couldn't do it. "Nothing." Thomas's voice right behind me made me leap out of my skin. I whirled, my stomach near my throat. "If we leave now, we can get to Shy's neighbors before nightfall." "Are you—" I stopped because of course he was sure. I didn't think he was healed enough, though. Despite the short trek, it would be rough, but I kept my mouth shut. With Grady, I could argue, was pretty much an expert at it. With Thomas, well, I'd learned in the short time I'd known him that he met arguments with silence and a cold, hard stare, then did whatever the hell he wanted. "I'll put out the fire." Sasha stepped between my legs and blinked up at him from under the bottom hem of my coat. Even though he'd slept some, bruised pockets hung beneath his eyes. He seemed to hate sleep, since it tortured him with dreams, but he couldn't help succumbing to it. I scooped up Sasha and slid by him, and as my shoulder brushed his arm, the air trembled around us. My breath caught as the connection I'd sensed between us when we'd first met flared with the physical contact. He had to have felt it too. Maybe even craved more of it like I did, because he reached out and took my wrist. "Hurry, Aika. It's probably going to take us several hours just to get down this hill, and night will be here soon." Nodding, I pulled away, my fingers hooking into his and then slipping free. Realization struck me as I walked away from him. This connection reminded me of what I'd felt when I first met Hellbreath. A kinship of sorts, like we'd suffered similar trauma and abuse. Her with her scars and now Thomas with his. It was a little different with him, though, sparked brighter with a simple touch, like I needed to feel his scars in order for him to know the true extent of my invisible ones. While he slowly lugged the sleigh down the hill, I settled Sasha nearby and then snuffed out the fire. It felt wrong, stealing a dead man's things, but I packed Lucas's items up anyway to take with us. They hadn't done him much good, but maybe they would us. Wherever he was, I hoped he agreed. "Okay, Sasha girl." I peered up at myself through her to make sure all my buttons were done up on my coat, and my scarf wasn't accidentally knotted in my hair. "We're going to get Grady." She squeaked excitedly and crouched low, her whole body swinging with the force of her tail. I chuckled as I carefully picked her up. "Sums up my feelings exactly. Let's go." On the way toward the cave's mouth, I pulled up my spine and tried to steady my pulse. I didn't want to go out there again. I did, but I didn't. Winter made travel near impossible, doubly so when running for our lives, which we'd been doing too often lately. We had to do it, of course, but I dreaded it all the same. A low groan came from the opening, and then Thomas's large hands hoisted the rest of him up. He looked spent already, with sweat trickling down his temples and his shoulders heaving. He slumped against the cave wall to catch his breath. "Will Faust be waiting out there?" I asked, to give him a moment to rest. "Or do you think he sent some of his pack to hunt us?" Thomas grunted. "He thinks I'm dead." That didn't answer my questions. "He has Archer. I doubt the novelty of that has worn off yet, so no. I don't think Faust will be waiting out there." I flinched as my stomach soured. What would it mean if the novelty did wear off? I didn't want to know. "He knows that you have Gabriel at the church in Margin with my Baba, doesn't he?" "No," Thomas said and ground his teeth. "All he knows is that Gabriel left to find me, and he knows what I did to Gabriel the last time I saw him." "Which was what?" I asked, my voice cracking a little. He turned his face to the void outside, remaining silent. I tried another, hopefully less delicate route that wouldn't end in silence. "Since Gabriel is Faust's second in command and you did something to him, wouldn't Faust want to kill you himself? He seemed happy to have me do it for him." "Faust's game is torture, and slow, painful deaths." He cut a glance at me, then glared a hole into the opposite cave wall. "But he can't kill me himself." "Why not?" "A couple of reasons. Partly because I'm his brother." He clambered out of the cave, leaving me to follow him out into the bitter nothingness, or stand there with my jaw dangling free. Questions hurled through my mind and stung like snowflakes against my skin. Faust and Thomas were brothers? The only glimpses of Faust I'd seen were through Sasha, before we'd come here, and I'd been so focused on Ronan dangling from his fist that I hadn't really looked at the man. Thomas's brother. But he can't kill me himself. Can't or won't. Chapter 2. "They're not here." 3 simple words, but their meaning crashed into me and nearly undid the sliver of hope that had brought me to Shy's neighbor's cabin. We stood in the middle of the one-room house, which was hardly more than stacks of wood. The sounds of our voices lost themselves in the angry whistling through the cabin's cracks. The place was freezing and smelled like old soup. On the way inside, I'd bumped into a small, rickety table against the wall and caused the full bowls to clatter and slop. Only 2 bowls. Not enough for Shy, Gibby, and Grady. Whoever had been eating from them had left in a hurry, and to leave perfectly good food behind, that was something I'd never imagined. "Do you think they ever made it here?" I whispered, my throat too constricted with worry to do much else. Sasha patted around the tabletop and sniffed loudly at the bowls while keeping an eye on her alpha. "I don't know." Thomas absently picked up a spoon while his brown eyes narrowed on the rest of the cabin, crinkling the scars at the corners. "The snow covered up all tracks." "Are we at the wrong cabin?" "No. The only other house around here for miles is Shy's." And we'd burned that one to the ground to trick Lager, Shy's husband, unbeknownst to Shy. "Where else then?" I asked. Thomas let the spoon fall with a loud clatter. "We hole up here for a while. Check to see if they had time to clear the cupboards. I'll look for a cellar." Another non-answer, which meant he didn't know and would never admit to it. But where had they gone? When we left them, we'd been chased by Faust's wolves and had to separate, leaving them in Shy's carriage. What if we hadn't diverted all of the wolves and they'd caught up to the carriage? Thomas started toward the door, his movements stiff and purposeful, then stopped. "Grady knows what he's doing." "I know, but every minute he and Archer aren't right by my side is another minute I'm worrying myself to an early grave." A long pause in which he might have turned back, but Sasha was too busy sticking her tongue into a bowl for me to see. "They feel the same way about you. Get an arrow ready, in case we're not really alone." I nodded, and as soon as he closed the door behind him, I let myself break a little more. The top of Sasha's head smothered most of my sobs as I searched the cupboards, and she pressed her head back a little against my lips, as if to help quiet the sound. Or maybe to offer comfort or warmth. Whatever the case, she seemed used to my breakdowns by now. I laid all I could find out on the table. 5 hard biscuits, flour, and half a sack of potatoes. With a heavy sigh, I slumped into a seat and settled Sasha on the table in front of me. "Just one for now, okay?" I said, breaking off a piece of biscuit for her. She whined, and I almost did too. Everything that could possibly be wrong was. We were hungry, and very few of those I loved were where they were supposed to be. With me. "We won't give up, will we, girl?" I angled my chair so she could see over my shoulder, but so I could still protect her with my body. I'd learned that lesson the hard way. Right now, in this moment, a tiny part of us might feel like giving up, but we won't. We're sad. We're starving. We're worried more than we've ever been worried before, but you know what that does? It makes you stronger, braver. And for a girl of any species living in this world, that's what matters the most. Strength, bravery, never giving up. And also, letting me cry into your fur night after night. She tilted her head one way and then the other, studying me. Okay, and you crying into my hair too. But when the crying's done and we still haven't given up? Thomas entered again with hardly a sound, his arms filled with pickled vegetables, jams, a large sack of dried beans, and a bunch of firewood. Snow speckled his wind-blown hair and beard and dropped in large chunks to the floor from his boots. "Rage." I shivered farther into my coat at the fierce way he said it. "You're right. Rage is all that's left." He stalked closer to unburden himself onto the table, mindful of Sasha but not risking a look at her. "This is all there is, except a shelf full of dust. Whoever lives here wouldn't have made it through winter with that. They might not make it anyway if they plan on coming back." "I don't think Grady and Shy ever got here. If they had, they would have taken everything, whether they were in a hurry to leave or not. These people, whoever they are, they ran without a plan." "I agree." He crossed with the firewood toward the fireplace on the left wall. "So, what are they running from?" I swallowed thickly. "And will it be coming back?" "They're human. I can smell it. If it was Faust's wolves, they wouldn't have had time to run." "Something else, then." Thank goodness I didn't have the mental energy to imagine what it might be. While Sasha and I gnawed on our biscuits, they were more like rocks, really, Thomas quickly got a fire going. It spread a surprising amount of warmth throughout the cabin, despite all its cracks. Still, I couldn't stop shivering. "I'll take first watch," he said, standing in front of the fire. "You sleep." I rose on tired legs. "I'll make something for us to eat first." "These pickles will do just fine for tonight." He crossed to the table and opened the jar one-handed with a quick jerk of the lid. I sank down again, grateful. It takes all my energy to try to get warm, and I'm still frozen no matter what. I fucking hate winter. "I prefer it." He strode toward the bed behind the table and whipped the checkered blanket off the top. Then he draped it over my shoulders, his hands lingering for only a moment. Big and warm and soothing. "Thanks. Sit and rest. I could have gotten—" "Save your energy for rage," he said, sitting across from me. "We're going to need it." The gesture warmed me more than the threadbare blanket, but I tucked myself farther into it all the same. Do you think they went back to Margin? Grady and Shy, I mean? Anything's possible. He crunched on a pickle, the loudest thing I'd ever heard him do. Unlike Grady bashing through doors and stomping on the floorboards like they'd wronged him, Thomas moved like a ghost. We'll find them. I have to go back anyway for my Baba at some point. I took a pickle from the jar and offered it to Sasha, who ignored me, her attention split between the hard biscuit and her alpha. Do you? Not a question. Never a question with him. Well, he did say you were keeping him captive. He leaned back in his seat, his gaze on me. He's free to go any time. So you're not keeping him captive then? Because he definitely was keeping Gabriel. No more than I am you. He gestured vaguely with his pickle. It was after I saved your dad's life and he masked my scent with his blood when I was... Well, I found out who he really was after that. A poisoner. I sighed down into my lap and reached inside my pocket for the little jar of poison that was so much stronger than Baba's. Shy's creation, only because I begged her to help. Faust would have gotten it somewhere else, if not from your dad. Something even more powerful, and there'd be even fewer of my pack left. He went quiet for a long moment, the food in his hand forgotten. Maybe all of us would be dead. You blamed me, though, when we were in Margin. I didn't know you. I didn't know how deep into this war you were willing to go. As deep as the war went. Deeper, if it meant getting Archer, Grady, and Ronan back. I took a bite of the sharp, tangy pickle as I mulled over my next thought. When you were what? At his silence, I clarified. You were talking about my Baba when he was masking your scent when you were what? A beat of hesitation. Nearby in the Crimson Forest? Doing what? Moments passed, churning over each other like the steady grind of Thomas's teeth, even though he'd long since swallowed. Somehow I'd struck a nerve. Hunting, he finally said, and his lethal tone chased a shiver down my back. So you were there that day Baba was shot, nearby. Did you see Lager, the bald man? Or me, ride away on my horse? No, I heard the shots and smelled the blood. You didn't hear anything else? My voice pitched higher. No shouts from my neighbor's house? Nothing. Jade would have been screaming her head off, though. Unless for some reason she couldn't. Unless she'd been knocked out. Lee, too, possibly. My stomach plunged the food sideways and I gripped the table tightly until I was sure I wouldn't be sick. I swore to Shy I wouldn't hurt Lager myself, and I won't, despite all he's done. I exhaled slowly. But Faust, I want to see him pay. You will, Thomas growled. I'll take great pleasure in ending him. How? Where? And why hadn't he killed him before now? Unless the chance had never presented itself in almost 2 years' time? Soon. Even with the help of the slip-joint wolf pack. The ones at the church in Margin? His eyes narrowed, and I had a feeling he wasn't used to being interrupted. Yes. Even with them, Faust and his pack still outnumber us. We need to surprise them like you did in Old Man's Den. And wouldn't it be something else if he died right at the opening of a ruby cave, the thing he's so desperate to find? My eyes widened. You know where they are? No. But you're the Alpha, I reminded him. He turned the jar as if looking for a specific pickle. You know that the ruby caves are only seen by female wolf shifters, who are ready to breed with her harem. The females dream of the ruby caves, which is how they usually find them. But there have been cases when males and females stumbled upon one by accident. Unless invited in by a female, even the alpha can't go inside or find them on his own, because the caves move. The caves moved? But you're the alpha. He cut me a hard look. So you've reminded me, but I'm not a female. Females have the real power in the Crimson Forest pack. They mate, they create life. That's why they have the harems to protect them and the pups. But you weren't in a harem by default? Not by default, no, not at all. I was invited many, many times to join a harem and breed in the Ruby Caves. He gazed at me, eyebrows lifted. Harems are forever, though. And there were plenty of females only interested in the act of breeding, not in breeding itself. Oh. I nodded down at the table while my face burned all the way to the tips of my ears with my next thought. I shouldn't want to know this, but I asked it anyway. Did Archer and Grady go to the Ruby Caves? Or stay outside, for the reasons you said? A day never went by that Archer wasn't asked to the caves. Of course he was. Falling in love with him had been effortless. With his easy laugh and gorgeous everything, I wasn't surprised. He never went, Thomas said carefully, and I could feel the harshness in his gaze soften some. Sure, he messed around a lot outside the caves, but accepting an invite into the Ruby Caves is serious. Joining a harem is serious. Not to be done on a whim. And Grady? I croaked. Grady is Grady. A lot of females liked him from a distance, but then they tried to talk to him. I see your point. He wasn't as bad then, but he wasn't Archer either. It's what I do to take the edge off of my nerves, Grady had once told me, right before sinking one hand down the front of my pants. To himself, he'd meant. He touched himself because he was too brash for the other female wolves? And yet he seemed so experienced. There was one female he did like, though. A little thing, Thomas said. My blood squirmed at that, though I really ought to feel relief for him that he'd had someone. They made eyes at each other, and then a whole lot more, but not in the caves. Thomas stood abruptly, rocking the chair back and forth on its legs. She was the first to die, from poison. I gasped and covered my mouth, my pulse frozen. My chest ached fiercely for him. How terrible. I could only imagine how crushed he'd been afterward, how that might have helped cement the grouchy man he was. Now more than ever, I wanted to hold him, both of them, promise them everything would be all right. After the female and her harem leave the caves, Thomas said, his back to the fire, they vanish and reappear somewhere else in the Crimson Forest. Some say the light of the rubies fades while inside, then dies, then births again somewhere else. Sasha plopped down on the table and laid her head on my hand. The cycle of life, I said absently. Exactly. He turned slowly toward the fire, all but blocking it with his sighs. Fucking and leading my pack were what I was good at. Until they started dying. Sasha sighed, such a sad sound, and her sweet breath rolled over my knuckles. I reached out and stroked her. Will Faust ever find the Ruby Caves? He can't, Thomas said over his shoulder. He rejected the Crimson Forest pack and started his own. We're tied to the Crimson Forest and the Ruby Caves, though. Always have been, since the pack has been around. When he walked away, the Crimson Forest and everything in it left him too. So he decided to try to take it back by force, I said, nodding. Why did he leave in the first place? He took a huge draw from the bottle and set it down hard. Didn't like the new alpha. Plenty didn't. Didn't like that females could have multiple mates, but not males. I released a long, shuddery breath as I processed that. There was such bad blood between the brothers, and I had a feeling the rift was a tenuous, complicated thing, similar to my relationship with Jade, only much, much rockier. I loved Jade more than I hated her, though, and it sounded like, at least deep down, Faust loved Thomas, too. If he couldn't find it in his small, cruel heart to kill his brother. Maybe I had it all wrong, though. What about other wolves, like the Slipjoint Forest Pack? I asked. Do they have their own version of the Ruby Caves? Every pack is different, but wolf mating is supposed to be sacred, secret, and even though they've helped me, I'm still an outsider to them. Faust could go join them if he really wanted, but he isn't a follower. He takes, I spat, like lager. I'll handle my brother when the time comes, he said fiercely. One thing was for sure, I believed him. And somehow or another, I'd handle lager too. Silence thickened the air inside the tiny cabin while Thomas stared, unmoving, into the flames. I'd learned so much, but there was still a lot I didn't understand, especially the one thing I'd wondered since meeting Thomas. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. But if babies are so important to your pack, I blurted, why won't you even look at Sasha? He didn't answer for the longest time, though I knew he'd heard me. Finally, he said in a low voice, She was my sister's. She's still your sister's. And you're her family, you all are. That hasn't changed and it never will. She doesn't blame you for what happened. The muscles across his shoulders tightened. You can't know that. I do. Just look at her. Hold her. You'll see for your... He breezed toward the door without a sound and without his coat. I've got first watch. Chapter 3. Winter made sure we didn't leave the next day, or the next, and the next. Snow and wind bludgeoned the sides of the tiny cabin, and I thought for sure several times that it would crumble down on top of us. And Thomas would never admit this, but the trek here likely did his wounds much more harm. He needed to rest. With nothing left to do, I whittled more arrows by the fire while I studied Thomas's quiet movements, listened to the sound of his breaths, tried to figure out what made him tick. I could tell he was doing the same to me. It seemed like we were circling each other, caught in an eternal spin that never brought us closer but didn't force us apart either. Sasha had curled up in a corner with a stick she'd rescued from the log pile by the fireplace, providing my eyes for me since she never stopped gazing at him, with her head tilted. He sat in a hard-backed chair by the dancing flames with his legs spread while whittling too. His scarred face was so unique, beautifully handsome, but also free from emotions. He didn't wear a smile or frown like Archer or Grady. His normal expression was emptiness. But then he'd glance over at me and his face would change slightly. A spark of curiosity, a hint of a question, but he never asked one. He only made observations. There's one more pickle left if you want it. Archer did well on your arrows. Mine aren't half as good. Potato and bean stew sounds great. Again. Our silences were far longer than our conversations, but at no point was I uncomfortable. We simply existed, together. I have to pee, I announced and stood from the chair opposite his. Sighing, he stood too and reached for his coat slung over his chair. Do all humans have tiny bladders? I wouldn't know since I only have mine, I said absently as I hurried into my coat. After I buttoned it, I bent to pick up Sasha. Come on, sweet girl. Time for another trip to the outhouse. This place isn't like our old cabin or Margin's Inn, where we had a fancy indoor toilet. She whimpered when I took the stick from her and set it down. It'll be here when we get back. I kissed her between the ears, and she melted in my arms like she always did. Think your uncle will hold you while I do my business? Thomas threw open the door, a clear signal for me to shut up and hurry. Snow pelted inside. The wind howled and whipped down the fire. I darted us toward the door so it wouldn't go out altogether. The rope that led from the cabin to the outhouse had blown away 2 days ago. And without it guiding me, I didn't stand a chance of finding the outhouse or my way back even with Sasha's eyesight. There was nothing to see but blinding white, and nothing to shout that winter didn't scatter into the trees. After latching the cabin door behind us, Thomas opened his large coat and wrapped us up tight in it. His warmth blocked the frigid cold, and the hard expanse of his body blocked the wind. Now came the strange part that made me smile into his chest. Circling one arm around his waist, I stepped up onto his boots and inhaled his natural scent. Fresh snow. He started toward the outhouse with the two of us bundled against him. The first time I'd done it by accident, ducking into him as a shield and tripping over his feet in the process. Now it was just what we did when I had to pee, and it kept Sasha and me warm. Despite how sweet it was, he never held Sasha for me while I went into the outhouse. I was beginning to think he couldn't, for some odd reason. I'd just finished my business when Sasha, who'd been sniffing under the large crack in the door, growled. A real one this time, nothing cute about it as the sound spiked the hairs at the nape of my neck. I froze, only halfway through straightening my clothes. Then, chaos. The walls of the outhouse lifted skyward, just gone. I threw myself at Sasha and scooted her underneath me in a protective cocoon. All around us the forest groaned and sounded like the trees were crashing together at top volume. Terror sliced my heart and choked up my throat. What was happening? I didn't dare look, just kept my hands over my head, kept my body shielding Sasha. "Thomas!" I tried to shout. He'd been right outside the outhouse. Something hailed down on my back with enough force to strike all the air from my lungs. More things crashed down around us. Was that what was left of the outhouse? Finally, the crashing stopped, leaving nothing but eerie howls. The wind, I hoped. Not wolves stealing off with Thomas. One more something smashed down inches from my head and sprayed a veil of snow up over my hands and head. Something big. Oh God, what was it? It took several attempts to drag in more breaths. Then, "Thomas!" "Aika!" A shout from 1,000 miles away. I lifted my head for a look, but Sasha was pressed up close to my leg and facing the other direction, shivering. "It's okay," I told her, but I didn't believe myself. My back ached where I'd been hit, and the snow seeped into my knees and pierced cold up through my hands. When I tried to circle her around so I could see, she shied away from my reaching hand. I couldn't blame her. I was terrified too, and until I knew more, she was safest right where she was. Me too. Thomas would find me. My red coat was good for a lot more than warmth. "Thomas!" I shouted again. Nothing. Shit. I tried again for Sasha so I could borrow her eyes, but she chomped down on my fingers. I yanked my hand away, tears filling my eyes. Guess I deserved that. but we couldn't stay outside forever like this. I started to shove to my feet when large, warm hands gripped my arms and stopped me. "Don't!" Thomas shouted. "Why not?" I yelled. "What happened?" "Grab the pup and she'll show you. We have to go now." I was so tired of hearing that. It always meant something terrible had happened, was still happening. It must have been the sound of Thomas's voice that either soothed Sasha or made her obey, because she let me pick her up and stuff her down the front of my coat. Then I saw. The outhouse, the cabin, the fire in the fireplace, my bow, every one of the arrows I'd whittled for the past 3 days, gone. Only a pile of splinters remained, each one gouging into my heart. "A snow tornado," Thomas said. "Got the sleigh, too." Also known as a snow devil. Rare, but Jade had read about them to me. I hissed a hot breath between my clenched teeth, feeling it billow up into my face and suffocate me. 1 step forward, 5 steps back. We have nothing. Once again, we have nothing. No. He squeezed my arms and shook me hard so my building tears ran free. You feel that? That rage. You hang on to that even if you think it's the only thing you have left. Don't ever let it go until this is done. Do you hear me? Don't. The wind howled louder, its eerie notes biting into my skin harder than the pelting snow. Don't what? I shouted. Don't feel nothing, he yelled, most of his face covered by his tossed hair. Don't be like me. His words knocked me back a few steps. What? There's nothing in here. He slammed his hand over his chest. It's dead and empty. I'm dead and empty. I died the day my pack began to die. Faust did kill me. Dead. Empty. He was wrong. Dead, empty people didn't wake shouting like he had every night in the cabin. They didn't strike fear with just the tone of their voice. Telling him this wouldn't change his mind. He'd meet my protests with silence, so I did the only thing I could think of. I stepped forward and wrapped my arm around him, the other around Sasha. I'm sorry, I said into his chest, and though I doubted he heard me, the wind carried the sentiment and cloaked us in this moment. A moment of understanding, the promise of peace kindling beneath my rage. Only a moment, but that was enough. Slowly, almost hesitantly, he wrapped his coat around my back to block the wind. I stepped up onto his boots automatically, and a small smile cracked my frozen face. It was like we'd been preparing to travel far distances this way for the past 3 days, in our practice treks to the outhouse. We started away from what was left of the cabin with nothing but the coats on our backs, each other, and ourselves. Maybe that would be enough. No, it would be, because I still had the little jar of 4-step poison in my pocket. The cold lashed around us as Thomas gripped me tighter to take higher steps through the snowdrifts. Keeping my legs loose when all they wanted to do was lock up from the cold proved near impossible. But I tried. I shivered deep into Thomas's chest and began counting. The only thing that would take my mind off our lack of food or shelter or weapons. We could go back to the cave, but then what? We had no food. Maybe we'd find a wild, but even Thomas with his hunter instincts hadn't been able to find anything. I must have drifted off, because when I snapped alert, I realized we'd stopped. Thomas slid me off his boots onto the snow-packed ground and took my hand. His muscles tensed. I turned, and with only Sasha's ears and eyes peeking from inside my coat, I saw why. Wolves surrounded us. Some were so white they blended with the snow. Others were of varied colors that stood stark against the whiteout. I jerked my arm over my shoulder and grasped at nothing. No bow, no quiver. Unease dashed up my spine, and I held Thomas's hand tighter. "Who are they?" "The slip-joint forest pack." The red wolf that stood only a few feet in front of us bared its teeth and released a warning growl. "I thought you were friends with them," I whispered. The wolf shifted as it stepped forward, a furry wild one instant and a man the next. The alpha, I could tell, by his size and how the other wolves stood back to revere him. A black coat whipped around his ankles, and his stunning red hair gleamed with snowflakes. "There's trouble at Margin's church," he said. "Baba, not him too." I shook my head to better hear over the roar of panic in my head. "What trouble?" Thomas demanded. "Faust, he's there. He's taking Gabriel back, he says." His hard gaze slid to me. "And he's waiting for you." Chapter 4. "Stay behind me," Thomas ordered, hauling me behind him up the steps to Margin's church. "Like hell I will!" I raised my voice loudly over the crushing wind and snow so he'd be sure to hear me. It had seemed like hours to get back to Margin while escorted by wolves, and because the two of us had walked hand in hand the entire way here, and not in our usual unique way, my weary bones could hardly keep me upright. The cold had seized my entire body, but the idea of a confrontation with Faust licked fire at my heels and kept me moving. Thomas stopped and turned so suddenly that my nose struck his lower stomach. He jerked me back by the elbow and ducked low so his breath steamed my cheeks. "Don't cross him, Aika. He hates me, but he hates women even more, especially the ones who stand next to me." Sasha stared up at him, with one eye through the buttons of my coat. He was only a blur of hair and wind and scars. "He thinks you're dead," I reminded him. "He won't even notice me when he sees that you're not." Speaking of not noticing something, Sasha wriggled her paw free from the front of my coat and swatted at his ear to get his attention. He didn't even blink. "You still have the—" He waved his hand through the air. "You know." I nodded as I slipped my hand into my pocket and squeezed the small glass jar filled with 4-step poison. "I guess I don't need my bow and arrow to kill him after all." "You won't need poison either." He drew a gun from inside his coat, turned, and slammed the church door inward. As long as Faust died a terrible death, I didn't care how it happened. Vengeance stirred deep within me, boiling over like it did for Lager. I rushed in behind Thomas, and while poking down Sasha's head into my coat, I shut the door behind us. It smelled the same as the last time we'd been in here, like musty paper and ink, exactly like Margin's library. A comforting scent usually, but not after what had happened here last time. The chairs had been arranged in neat rows and faced a short set of steps with a blazing fire at the top. When we'd run for our lives from here, the chairs had been scattered, Sasha had been hurt, and I'd been covered in her blood. She touched her paw to my chest underneath my coat, as if the stirred-up memories and smells of this place had made her seek comfort in the steady rhythm of my heart. I held her close, but I froze the very next second. "Imagine my surprise," a boisterous voice called down from somewhere. Everything echoed in here, but I recognized that voice. It was him. It was Faust. Thomas dragged me behind him and leveled his gun toward the rear of the church near the nursery, then toward the stairwell which was hidden by a wall. Other than Faust's bold voice, though, the church appeared empty.
"You're alive,"
Faust said.
"I saw what you did to Gabriel. A pity about his face and his ears and well, everything. Show yourself, Faust,"
Thomas ordered. He kept me behind him as he began to weave toward the center of the church.
"Dead wolves don't give orders,"
Faust called with a lot of bite.
"I do believe you two tried to trick me in the woods when we last played our little game."
Something creaked behind my back, but when I turned, Sasha didn't see anything other than the closed door a few feet away. On the opposite wall, soft footsteps padded down the stairs, punctuated by 2 sharp clicks. Whoever that was, they stayed out of sight. Regardless, we were about to have company.
"How well did you two think trying to trick me was going to work out?"
Faust called. Thomas fired toward the stairs, the bullet puncturing the wall. I wheeled back, the noise striking the inside of my skull. Seconds later, a man I'd never seen before rolled down the steps, with 2 guns clutched in his hands and a bullet hole through the side of his head.
"I'd say pretty well,"
Thomas rumbled. Faust chuckled, the sound bouncing around the church.
"Think again."
"No!" Thomas shouted, whirling toward me. Something hard clobbered the back of my head. I slumped down, knocking into several chairs as pain cleaved my skull in half. Sasha tumbled free of my coat with a pained yelp. I landed hard on my side, my cold bones in agony. I reached for her, or tried to. My arms wouldn't cooperate. Blood filled my mouth, and its strong, coppery taste focused my thoughts on it, rather than the shadows edging into my awareness.
"That's what you fucking get,"
a feminine voice seethed.
Now, Louisa,"
Faust said. His red-headed wife. One of his wives, I'd heard. Thomas roared.
"You fucking touch her again, Louisa. The pup will have a bullet for an eye if you finish that sentence, dear brother,"
Faust yelled. Thomas went quiet and still, though the air around him pulsed with wrath. I flopped to my back and managed to pull Sasha's trembling body toward me, through a puddle of my own blood. It poured down into my eyes and I couldn't see, not even through Sasha.
"You cut my face, you whore!"
Louisa spat. I grinned up at her, a bloody, horrific one from the feel of it. "It looks like you need a matching one on the other cheek."
"It looks like, huh?"
she scoffed.
"You can't see shit." "Come on out, Faust,"
Thomas bellowed.
"You really sent your wife here for backup?" "She wanted to come to get Gabriel,"
Faust answered.
"I'm beginning to think she likes him more than me."
"I do," she hissed.
"You can't deny that I fuck better, though."
At her silence, he laughed, cold and dry.
"Gabriel's already gone, Thomas. My pack took him. When he's healed up, there's nothing to keep him from coming back for round 2 with you. In fact, I'm sure he'd enjoy it." "Gabriel no longer has feet,"
Thomas growled.
"The bear trap I found him in took care of that. He won't be coming back for anything." "The bear trap you set for him, you mean?"
Faust said.
"What did you do to him?"
Louisa sucked in a shaky breath.
"You're a fucking monster, Thomas."
Thomas growled so low I almost didn't hear him.
"And you have no spine, you weak-willed cunt." "Lucky Gabriel doesn't need feet to torture you, though,"
Faust called, seeming to not have heard their exchange.
"All he needs are his tools. Didn't you save those from the tavern fire in Old Man's Den, Louisa?"
She laughed humorlessly.
"I did." You call what he did to me torture? Thomas barked. He had 23 months to torture me. He did nothing but buzz around like a fly. If you say so, brother.
Faust chuckled, a dark sound that rolled a shiver up my neck.
And yet I could hear you scream. That was him, when he realized he'd wasted all that time in trying to force me into telling him where the ruby caves are. What about your girl there? Faust asked. Awful lousy shot when you want to be, aren't you? But that obviously wasn't poison you broke all over the snow, which means you still owe me a kill.
Sure, I croaked and spit out blood onto the floor. Just as soon as you tell me where Archer is, I'll kill you. Faust clicked his tongue.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. You don't get to make the rules here.
Fury ground up my voice into ice. I thought it was my choice who got killed. Isn't that part of your game?
Louisa, check her pockets for poison,
Faust ordered.
Like hell you will, Thomas snapped. For the sake of your girl and your pup, you'll let her or they are dead,
Faust said, his voice edged in malice.
You hearing me?
Thomas growled as he backed off, his boots thudding. The air roiled with tension around him. Louisa stalked toward me and dropped to her knees, placing her gun beside her. She roughly poked her hands into my coat pockets, then hiked my coat up to my knees and searched my pants pockets. Even though it made my head pound twice as hard, I grinned at her, slid my tongue over my bloody lips as if I liked her touching me. A distraction. The whole time I crept my hand closer to her gun. Nothing, she ground out. Let me kill them, Faust. With this? I snatched up the gun and tossed it in Thomas's direction. The quick movements clobbered my head with pain and stars, but he caught it easily. Louisa released a scream of rage and backhanded my cheek.
Don't you fucking touch her!
Thomas lunged toward her, and he must have whipped her over the head with one. She dropped and thudded next to me, releasing a shuddery, pained breath.
Enough!
Faust shouted.
You owe me, Thomas. Let Louisa walk out of here just as I let you leave Old Man's den. You didn't let me, Thomas said, and I owe you nothing but pain. Louisa, walk out of here right now, Faust ordered. Don't you fucking dare, Louisa, Thomas growled. A gunshot rang out, and for a few lifelong seconds, I wasn't sure if I'd been hit, or worse, Sasha tucked against me. Leave now, Faust yelled. Pressing closer to Sasha, I made the V for victory sign into her fur. We'd wormed underneath his skin yet again, made him lose what he thought was control. Faust was a cruel game maker who could easily be played. I rolled this over and over in the back of my mind, somehow both frozen with terror and giddy at the same time. That was how we could get him. That was how we could win. Louisa fought to get her legs underneath her and then stumbled into the rows of chairs on her way out. Footsteps rushed down another set of stairs I hadn't known existed, and then a back door slammed. A blast of cold through the open front door drowned everything else out. After it banged closed, silence followed, as suffocating and untrustworthy as when there'd been noise. They're both gone? I whispered, stuffing Sasha down my coat with trembling hands. Yes. You could go after them. Yeah. He knelt next to me and gently touched my temple, making me hiss. I could. My Baba, I pleaded. Is he hurt? You first. How does your head feel? Not great. You learned from Archer to make things disappear, but where... I told you I'm not an idiot, I said,
You have the poison. I slipped it into your pocket before we got here."
Clever, clever woman.
He picked me up off the ground as though I were a feather pillow, and sighed, his breath a warm caress. Sasha peered out of my coat and spied the blood on my chin and face, and before she ducked back, she flicked her gaze up at Thomas. A small smile curled the corner of his mouth as he stared down at me, and it danced across his brown eyes. Just a glimpse, and then it was gone, the first I'd seen on this man who claimed not to feel anything. That smile had been anything but empty. It had given him life, if only for a split second. He carried me past the dead man at the foot of the stairs.
"We'll check in on your dad, and then I need to see to your head."
"Thank you." On the second-floor landing, he stopped, fiddled with the doorknob to my Baba's room, then used my feet to push it open.
"I heard
Baba gasped from the direction of the bed.
"She shot? Who shot her?"
I mentally waved away the sharp edge of worry in his voice, now of all times and never before, likely because he had an audience he thought might kill him. "I'm fine, Baba," I said, sounding exhausted. "The threat's gone."
"Who?"
Thomas shut the door on him, and the rest of Baba's question faded out as Thomas walked me down the hallway to another door. Another room, hopefully not the one he'd kept Gabriel in, and did whatever he did to him.
"Your dad was asking too many questions."
"He didn't used to." A pause as he turned the doorknob with a hard click. Then,
"Your dad's not a good man."
Whether it was intended as a question or not, I couldn't tell, and I didn't have an answer even if it was. "He tries. He kept me fed with a roof over my head. Jade and Lee, too. But he's—" Thomas gently laid me down on a soft, clean-smelling bed, free from any traces of what he'd done to Gabriel. At least, I hoped.
"What?"
Thomas prompted. I shook my head, instantly regretting it as a bolt of fresh pain hammered my skull and freed Sasha from my coat. She sniffed at me and whimpered again and again. "He's not really my Baba," I explained. "He just told me shortly before we left here. I didn't even tell Archer and Grady that truth because it felt too fresh and painful. It's something I still need to process myself." From the side of the bed, something trickled into what sounded like a bowl, and then a soft, cold cloth pressed to my head as Thomas sank down next to me.
"So you told me instead."
I winced and screwed my eyes shut, my throbbing temple rejecting his touch. It's this feeling, a connection. With you, I felt it as soon as I saw your scars. I wasn't used to being quite this honest about what exactly I was feeling, but with Thomas it seemed easier, comfortable, like I could tell him anything. Maybe a part of me believed he really was empty of all feeling, and therefore judgment of any kind, though I suspected he felt everything, like me, and had grown damn tired of it. It's like we're similar, even though of course we're not. He rinsed the cloth in the bowl and squeezed, the rhythm of the trickling water soothing.
"I bet we have more in common than we don't."
I opened my eyes and wished I could see his face, but Sasha was more concerned with me. "What makes you say that?"
"Your scars."
"My blindness, you mean?"
"Yes."
A long, weighted pause.
"My scars were given to me by Faust. Small at first, in places no one could see."
I gasped, more from shock than from pain, as he resumed dabbing at my temple. "Why would he do that to you?"
"He was the outcast in my family, and I got attention without ever asking for it. That, and he always wanted what I had, no matter what it was."
"So he took it?"
"It's a lot harder to take the alpha position in a pack. The previous alpha chose me before he retired, but that didn't stop Faust. At first he tried to turn our packmates against me, got Louisa and Gabriel, quite a few others to listen to him. What sounded like his jaw cracked as he pulled away for another rinse. You said he couldn't kill you, but he can still hurt you? That's part of who he is, from the time we were young. It's about power with him, and showing me I don't have any while he's carving out my skin. He's deranged, I whispered. That, and he can't kill members of the Crimson Forest Pack. But he's not in the pack, I thought. He's not. The Crimson Forest rejected him, and the others, when they left the pack, and when it did, it changed him. Changed us. We can't die at his hands or any of his packmates' hands. That explains why he has others do his killing. Like catch, kill, release, and dumping poison into the forest's water supply to slow your pack down, right? He sighed deeply. I doubt he dumped the poison himself, but yeah, that's right. I reached out gingerly to stroke his beautiful, scarred face, a simple touch that charged my fingertips. How young were you when he did this to you? 5. Me too. I sucked in an uneven breath. I was 5 too, when my Ama poisoned me and took away my sight. Ama? My mom. He pulled away from my touch and stood to rinse the cloth in the bowl again, even though he could reach it just fine. His movements were stiffer than usual, strained. Your own mother. Your own brother. And the rest of the scars? As soon as it left my mouth, I knew. Gabriel. After a long time of rinsing, he came back and sat heavily on the bed. What I told Grady and Archer was the truth last time we were here. After Faust played his game with the rest of my pack, the first time around, I'd been shot 17 times with an arrow by Faust. Even though he can't kill me, he can hurt me. My body needed rest. We slept in a cave that night, and the next morning I really did hear Faust coming, along with Gabriel. So I did what any alpha would do. I led him away from the cave and my pack and gave myself to him. And Gabriel tortured you? I said, my voice cracking. For how long? About 2 years. I escaped when the chains securing me to the wall and floor wore away. Gabriel had no reservations about hurting me, but he wanted to do it slowly. He didn't believe me when I said I didn't know where the Ruby Caves were. That's what he said, anyway. 2 years of torture? I shook my head and swallowed. How could you possibly stand it? I felt nothing, he said simply. My pack was dead, and my soul, such as it was dead. I wanted to reach out to him again, to prove he was wrong, but I didn't want him to close off on me either. But you're alive, surely you feel something. Relief, maybe? Because you still have Archer and Grady. And Sasha, please don't forget about her. All I feel, he said, his voice growing darker, is the slightest fraction of victory. My eyes widened. How so? He's terrified of us. Of you. Of me. Of what we might do. You noticed that too? I did. We've made a point, but the sharper it is, the bloodier. My smile split my head in half, but I didn't care. Well, I was going for better, but that works too. He scooted closer, much closer than he had been, to clean my temple, and while he did, he let me trace his scars. Chapter 5. A few days later, when my head no longer felt like it would topple off with one wrong move, a bell tolled throughout Margin.
I jolted upright, my mind swimming only slightly, and patted the side of the bed. "Come here, Sasha." She was busy pawing at the closed door one minute and chasing her tail the next. I couldn't decide if she was just bored or needed to pee, but she bounded toward me and sprang onto the bed, the rest of the room blurring past us both. I picked her up and angled her toward the windows, but they were too frosted to see through. "What do you suppose that bell means?" I listened hard, feeling the vibrations shake up the legs of the bed, my bones, and my heart. It sounded low and sinister. Sasha licked my hand, unconcerned. The door burst open on quiet hinges then, shifting the airflow in the tiny room. There was no mistaking Thomas's silent entry or the tense energy surrounding him.
"Can you stand?"
Maybe? Yes. Why, what's going on? He settled his large hand on my shoulder and pulled gently.
"That bell means a slave auction is today. You mentioned your friends Jade and Lee were taken. They might not have been sold yet."
A cold shiver seized my backbone and rattled it hard. Right now? Where?
"Margin's town hall. Slaves often die in winter and more are auctioned off to fill their places. Do you think you're up to it?"
Absolutely not, but absolutely yes. The thought of a slave auction both sickened me and brought my bare feet to the cold, hard floor, for the first time in days. With Thomas's help, I stood and stayed standing. I desperately wanted to know if Jade and Lee were there, but what if they were? What if they weren't? I couldn't decide which would be worse. My eyes filled with tears as I picked up Sasha and pulled her closer to my chest. "I thought Jade was dead once, remember?"
"Yes."
"This feels exactly like checking to see if she froze to death in the snow all over again. I choked as the tears began to fall. "I need something."
"What?"
he said with a note of apprehension. What was I saying? I shook my head and tried to unravel my thoughts from the knot of worry inside me. "Arrows. Weapons. I need to tell my Baba."
"Okay. Jenk, the alpha of the slipjoint pack, has a spare bow and probably some arrows. I'll get them. You get dressed and do what you need to do to get ready."
The hard yet somehow still gentle command in his voice evaporated some of my turmoil and focused me on one step at a time. Clothes. I wasn't wearing any since the fireplace burned too hot in here. It was pointless to be aware of this right now, but as he turned to head out of the room, his scarred fingers hooked around mine, a comforting touch between two battered souls. And even though he headed away from me, his gaze aimed behind and lingered, not on my naked body but on my face. I felt it rather than saw it through Sasha. Felt his concern envelop me long after he left. I dressed quickly and threw both of my coats on, then collected Sasha. "Sweet girl, I'm going to put you in your harness underneath my coat. You have to be quiet and still. Just a weird lump underneath my coat. Hopefully no one notices. And if something goes wrong, I'll release the harness. Then you run and hide, okay?" She touched her nose to mine and then sighed, the poor thing. She knew what to do, probably better than I did, though. Once she was secured and peering out the buttons in my topmost coat, red just like her eyes, we went to go see Baba.
"How many times do I have to tell you he's dangerous, Aika?"
he asked as soon as he saw I was alone. Oh, for fuck's sake. 100, at least. I set my lips into a firm line as I crossed toward him and straightened the blankets around his frail body. "My head's fine, thanks for asking." He took my hand and squeezed it hard.
"Listen to me, you can get away from him. Make a run for Margin's sheriff. Go!"
"The only place I'm going," I said through gritted teeth, "is to the slave auction.
to see if Jade and Lee are there.
He shrank back into the bed, his grip weakening.
Here? That bell you heard earlier? That was to signal a new one so slave owners can replenish the dead ones.
Just saying it nearly withered my tongue.
Is Thomas going with you?
Yes.
Damn it, Aika, don't you see? If you go with him, he will sell you.
I wrenched myself away from him, his words like a whip across the heart.
If he's so dangerous, then why did he rescue and heal your wounds? Tell me something, Baba. Have you even thanked him? Talked to him? The man lost nearly everything because of us and is hurting so badly he won't admit to feeling it. We lost everything, he hissed. We did. You said it yourself, the cabin, the horse, my livelihood. Are you not at all concerned about us? No, I'm not, because I'm the one who's doing something about it.
I slammed out of there, or started to, but I hit a wall where there shouldn't have been one. I bounced back, feeling hard muscle and bone underneath a thick coat, heard the faint clicks of several arrows knocking together inside a quiver. Of course he'd overheard. But how much? Thomas's silence roared between my ears as he stared down Baba. To his credit, or to his foolishness, Baba stared right back.
If you hurt her, he started. You can leave at any time, Thomas said. I've told you this.
Baba threw up his hands.
It's winter. I have nowhere to go. Then stay, but know this. You aren't captive here. Stop acting like you are.
He grabbed my wrist and pulled me to him.
And stop acting as though Aika is breakable. She's made of more grit than every man I know combined.
He spun me out of there before I had a chance to protest. Not that I would have. Regardless, what he'd just said, well, I couldn't find my voice again until we stepped off the stairwell to the ground floor.
You meant it?
I asked, whirling to face him.
I've never said anything I don't believe.
He shrugged off the bow and quiver full of arrows and handed them to me. My arms jerked with the weight. The bow felt strange and bulky, not at all what I was used to.
Even you saying you don't feel anything?
I swallowed at how closely he was watching me, how his dark eyes narrowed to 2 fine points. Now wasn't the time for this discussion, but there we were, about to have it.
I know you feel something, Thomas. Otherwise, why get up in the morning? Why do anything at all except exist as an empty shell? Go to the kitchen, he said with the slightest edge to his voice. There's dried jasmine in there to mask yours and the pup's smell. Existing won't kill Faust or give you back the Crimson Forest. This,
juggling the quiver, I placed my hand over his heart,
still beats strong and true. It's okay if it's broken because it will heal. With Archer and Grady and Sasha, it will.
He stepped away.
The auction's already started. Or do you not want to go? Fine, I ground out. But I bet if I shot you with another arrow, you'd feel something.
He plucked the quiver from my hands.
Hard to do without any arrows. Go to the kitchen, Aika.
Fuming, I went. He knew I was right, but he'd never admit, would he? That was why he became so defensive when I challenged him. He was stubborn, this one, and he seemed to hate it when I pointed out he was wrong. If Grady were here now instead of Thomas, he would have at least blown up with his quick temper. Archer would have bared his broken heart from the beginning, exactly like he had anyway. With Thomas, he wanted to believe he was empty inside, and the idea of him allowing himself to truly feel terrified him. I couldn't blame him. Really, I couldn't. What he'd been through, the guilt he must have felt, normal people would have buckled under it. Thomas was doing the best he could, but sooner or later he'd have to deal with what happened, and not by just burying it. After I rubbed us both down with dried jasmine, I tied Sasha back into my coat with the harness. It's not fair to bring you with me to this place, but it'll be easier, okay? I'll give you 1,000 more kisses to make up for it. She grumbled as I buttoned my coat over her, clearly not thrilled about our bargain. A bone to chew on later, then? How about one of your alphas? She seemed to consider that as I passed the rows of chairs to the church's front door.
Let's go.
After flipping up the deep hood of his coat, Thomas grabbed my hand and dragged me out into the brutal winter. He led me along behind him, shielding me from the worst of the wind and snow and ice. It was nice of him. So was his comment about my grit. Now if he could just face his broken heart. Farther into the center of town, we entered a building through a heavy door, and the place smelled like 20 years of bad breath and sweat, times at least 100 people from the sound of them, all packed tightly into a room. Lively shouts rose up above crackling logs in a fireplace to the left.
"I'll take 2 of them,"
a man shouted.
"You couldn't handle one with the size of your pecker,"
another fired back. The place erupted in laughter. Lovely people here. I wanted to skewer every last one of them. I imagined the potential slaves were being paraded through the room like plates of perfect cuts of meat in front of starving, desperate buyers. But I didn't allow myself a look. I crossed my bow arm across my chest to shield Sasha, partly for protection, partly because I wasn't ready to see just yet. Jade could be one of the slaves. Or Lee. I swallowed back a kick of bile. Meanwhile, at the front of the room, a man banged something wooden and shouted,
"Order!"
It wasn't working. Thomas stopped as the crowd bumped into us from all sides. I squeezed his hand and muttered into his back. "Do you see anyone who looks like me? Boy or girl?"
"No,"
he rumbled. "Like me, but prettier? Younger?"
"Not."
He tensed and squeezed my hand right back.
"Aika."
Oh no. My stomach churned and my blood froze even harder. "What?"
"There's a man who looks just like Gibby. Bald, blue eyes, a bandaged right hand."
Lager. Lager was here. I sucked in a breath and held it. My chest caved in around my heart and tumbled it down to my knees. He was here, the man who'd destroyed my life but who I'd vowed not to kill. Still, I clenched my bow until my fingers ached, my other hand trembling to pluck an arrow free from the quiver slung over Thomas's back, to end him. Right now. The rest of these people be damned. But I'd been stupid before with him. I couldn't be so blind in my rage against him again. I stayed behind Thomas so he couldn't see me.
"He doesn't know about Shy or his cabin yet,"
Thomas muttered. I leaned against his back for support, for strength while murderous thoughts swallowed me up. "How do you know?"
"He's smiling."
He wouldn't be soon. Only a few miles from here was his burned-down cabin. A girl's dead body who looked like me. A warning message about me hinting that Faust was involved. And no family. Even I didn't know where they'd gone. "What is he smiling at?"
"A group of girls,"
he said.
"Wait, I think I see Jade. Long black hair, dark eyes."
I jerked my head in a nod. My whole being cracked open with relief and terror all at once. Tears leaked from the corners of my eyes, and I swiped them quickly away. My younger half-sister never cried much when we were kids. Maybe she didn't have a reason to. but I doubted she was crying even now about to be sold as a slave. For her, I needed to keep it together.
Some other man is paying Lager and pointing at her.
How is it that a girl's life can be reduced to nothing but money just by stealing her from home? I demanded, my volume growing louder. I didn't care who heard. At least I wasn't slicing an arrow through the air in front of everyone. Thomas half turned his body to put the quiver farther from my reach.
Because the human world is dominated by males. Ours isn't. Humans don't need a ruby cave to breed, or a female to have as many mates as she chooses to help protect her young.
Says the male alpha.
A female shifter has more power than I will ever have. Without females, there is no point to anything.
For a second, I allowed myself to let those words penetrate. I like that way of thinking. A lot. What's he doing now? Thomas reached behind him and wrapped one arm around my back, shoving me into him closer.
Coming this way.
Shit. If Lager saw me, he'd surely try to kill me. He'd never forget that I'd shot off his finger, that I'd done it in front of a group of men. Me, a blind girl, had publicly humiliated him.
He has a wad of money, probably on his way home to Shy with it.
Where is Jade? I asked as loudly as I could into the back of his coat.
She's being dragged behind her new owner. Also coming this way.
Owner. Oh, God. I swallowed the ashy taste in my mouth that word left behind, and then forced another swallow. How could I get Jade away from here, without becoming violently sick, without shooting Lager through the throat? Fuck my promise.
Here he comes. As soon as he's out of sight, Thomas murmured, we'll find her. But we can't have her spot you before we're ready.
A cold sweat broke out over my forehead as I clenched the hem of Thomas's coat. Lager's too sweet honey scent rose up over the body odor and suffocated my senses. He shouted things to the other men in his strange accent, and that whistly chuckle of his set my teeth on edge. My conscience, my promise, warred with the flaming rage inside me. But saving Jade was more important, and I couldn't do that if I killed a man in front of all these people. Besides, I wanted him to see what was left of his cabin and his life. Thomas spun around, and with his hand at my waist, he guided me in front of him.
She's behind us. He's in front. Behave.
His voice was so low, I was sure only I could hear it. My heart slammed into Sasha's body. My slick palm slid along the length of the bow. If Lager turned around, I'd kill him, either with the end of my bow through his eye or by swinging around in Thomas's tight grip for an arrow in the quiver slung over his left shoulder. Could I do it before Lager drew his gun and fired? My ears strained, my muscles tensed, ready to spring if necessary. But Thomas gripped my shoulder and roughly threw me to the left. I stumbled, my thoughts a wild spin. What was happening? I started to turn, but he was there, solid, hard muscle as he shoved me into a corner. My back hit the wall and flushed the air from my lungs with a wha. His lips found mine, his hands buried into my hair, his body pressed against mine, and therefore Sasha, an unyielding column of strength and scars. My body responded instantly, but my mind scrambled to catch up. Why this? Why now in front of everyone? And then I no longer cared. He tasted my tongue with long, sensual strokes, his mouth an expert at claiming mine as if it had been his all along. I felt his kiss everywhere as it flamed across my frozen skin and sank deeper, kindling a need so desperate and hot that I gasped. But he wasn't done devouring me. Not even close. This was the kiss of an alpha who kissed with more than just his mouth, but with every part of him he could give, and he gave it all. And I knew he felt something, because I did too. An unmistakable charge between us that drew our kindred spirits even closer together. He drew away then, his shoulders heaving, and it was only then that our surroundings faded back in. People whistled and hollered things at us that should have pissed me off, but didn't, because I was still trapped in his arms, still not breathing. I inhaled and my lips brushed his again, sparking a new, frenzied hum through my blood. "I had to," he said as he stroked my cheek. "He turned around and almost saw you." As I nodded, his hair tickled my ears and temples, a protective curtain to shield my face. "He's directly to my right, less than 10 feet, and talking to another man," he muttered. "And Jade?" I whispered. "She went down a hallway near the front door with her owner." "So now what?" I choked out. "When Logger's gone and the place empties, we come back." I was shaking my head before he'd finished. Too much could happen between now and then. I can't leave Jade knowing that she's 15, Thomas. Stronger than I am most days, but this could break her. Break me, too. I can't leave her again. Baba was right. I should have never left her and Lee. "Quiet," he growled and then kissed me again, harder this time and effectively shutting me up. He squeezed my hair tighter in his fist and pulled roughly to angle my head away from Logger and toward him. The growl in his voice and his kiss made me want to obey him, but also see what would happen if I didn't. He seemed to sense the direction of my thoughts because he pulled my hair again, a sensual warning that only fanned my flames even more. This wasn't right. Feeling like I might explode with need after my half-sister had been bought. But my body ruled right now, not my mind. And right this second, it was an excellent distraction to keep me from killing Logger. I lifted my hand to trace the beautiful patchwork of scars across his jaw, my thumb tracing his bottom lip. The sensual feel of his mouth as he kissed me deeper nearly made me moan. "We'll go get her," he said against my lips. "But we need to be silent and fast, and you and Logger will not be having a face-to-face today." "I know. I made a promise to Shy." Breathless, I slid my tongue across his top lip for yet another taste. "You were thinking about killing him. Don't deny it." He moved away slightly, his breath glancing my ear as he turned his head. "It looks like he's leaving again. Be ready to move." I was, my body thoroughly melted of winter and my mind snapping back into focus. He turned his head a little more so his beard scraped against my temple, and then he gripped my hand tightly. "Let's go." We hurried through the crowd, and when I allowed Sasha a little peek through my coat, I realized we were rushing past the front door. Hopefully beyond it, Logger was headed back to what was left of his cabin, which would rid him of the smug grin I knew he was wearing. Thomas angled my arm gently upward just as my boot hit the edge of a step. We headed up a narrow staircase, and from the top groans and ecstatic cries echoed through the thin walls. This was a lot more than just a town hall, then. Were all the people up here slaves who'd only been sold for their bodies? The thought squirmed beneath my skin and festered. There had been a time not too long ago when I'd considered working at the scratching post in Old Man's Den to survive winter, which was not like this at all. It was such an impersonal trade of body and money and body that I couldn't imagine ever doing it. Not after experiencing not one, but two, maybe 3 men who helped to heal and challenge and love me in every way possible. And to be owned by someone for sex, as well as anything else the owner wanted, whenever they wanted, made me want to light this place on fire. Where was Grady when I needed him?
"We'll have to listen at each door for Jade,"
Thomas murmured, stopping at the closest one. I nodded as my stomach tumbled sideways. We stood in a wide hallway with creaky boards underfoot, the air so cold my breath plumed out in front of Sasha's peering eyes. It smelled smoky up here, like opium and tobacco. We listened to all sorts of noises, both pleasured and pained as well as downright strange. One man brayed like one of my neighbor's donkeys in Margin's Row used to when I was a child. "Not that one," I said, practically tripping over myself to get away from the door. Disgusting. The next door across the hall sounded much different from within. The sighs and pleasured moans and the slaps of flesh flamed my cheeks with how intimate and desperately needed they sounded. Thomas came up behind me and leaned in close.
"Don't tell me you're judging others' mating habits. That man in there might react like you are if he heard about wolf-shifter females having their own harems."
"I'm not judging," I whispered. Why was he bringing this up now while standing so close outside a room filled with sex?
"You did it first, though."
His breath cooled the back of my neck.
"You judged yourself when you found yourself wanting Grady after you had Archer."
For about 2 seconds. When I met them, I became one of them. It was a small adjustment compared to everything else in my life. He stayed silent, and I backed away from him and the sounds and the way my body still craved his kiss. My head spun with need, my breaths such shallow, wispy things. What was it with these wolf shifters who were able to light me up and burn me down with one kiss? This was a terrible time to realize I wanted Thomas, too. I wanted to make him feel everything imaginable with my lips and tongue, but also with my being. I needed him to feel enough so he could finally forgive himself. But now definitely wasn't the time. I started toward the next door, but a sudden memory jolted me to a stop. Shoes, like the ones the quiet man at Margin's Inn had worn, the one who'd come to stand next to the fire. They had a loose buckle on them and clinked when he walked. So why was I thinking about them now?
"Aika,"
Thomas whispered behind me. Turning, I held my finger to my lips and crept toward the door I'd just passed. Voices, so low I couldn't hear what they were saying, and a faint clink, clink. Was it him? I thought he'd been with the man who'd spoken to me about a slave girl who'd run away and looked like me. But I'd never gotten a good look at him, never said a word to him. Had the girl been one he'd planned to buy? Did he have some kind of obsession with Far Eastern girls? If so, I thrust my hand out to the doorknob, but Thomas caught it midair.
"Are you sure?"
he whispered. I shook my head too hard and sprang up tears. No, I wasn't sure, but I needed to make sure. For Jade's sake. He handed me my quiver, and after I shouldered it, I quickly nocked an arrow.
"I'll go in first,"
he murmured, but when he tried the knob, it didn't turn. He backed into me, stumbling me into the opposite wall. Then a great crash ripped through the hallway. The door, I realized, caving in around Thomas's huge foot. Out of my borrowed eyes, I saw too much. Too much bare skin of a man strapped to the bed's headboard. Too much of the man with the buckled shoes, standing across the room with his pants undone, and his fist locked around his length. And too much black hair hiding the naked body of the small form huddled in the corner.
I didn't know if it was Jade, but I'd seen enough. So had Thomas, apparently. He charged at the shoed man. "What the—" The one tied to the bed wrenched sideways to reach behind the headboard, his round eyes fastened on Thomas, who easily wrestled the other man to the ground. But I was the one he should have been worried about. I released my arrow and punctured his hand, sticking both it and my arrow to the wall above his head, and making him drop the gun he'd just grabbed. An unholy scream tore from his throat, but I was already on the move. Perfectly steady, I took his gun from the floor at the same time I fished out a sock from the pile of clothes beside the bed. My movements felt separate from myself, my emotions wiped clean. Thomas must have been wearing off on me. Either that or I'd gone numb because I felt too much and was about to blow. The pitiless calm before the storm. "Yeah!" The man screamed as I drew closer. His cheeks shone with sweat and tears, and blood, as his gaze darted from my face to the gun in my hand. Archer's distraction magic trick had worked yet again. He didn't see the wadded-up sock in my fist, coming until I'd already started to stuff it into his mouth to smother his cries. With him quieter, I turned to face Thomas. He stood over the man with the buckled shoes who lay motionless. "He's fine," Thomas rumbled, looking like he hadn't broken a sweat. "Just unconscious, and his limp dick hanging out." Sure enough, I turned away from the sight and found the figure in the corner staring at me. Long black hair nearly covered her large dark eyes, rimmed in red and swollen from crying, and her creamy skin looked blotchy. I had no idea who this girl was. "Go!" The man screamed again, this time around his sock gag. Without a word, Thomas crept up behind me and punched him in the face. The man's head smacked the wall and he slumped, now silent. "Aika," a whisper, barely an exhale. My heart hitched and I sucked in a sharp breath at the familiar voice. Of course I had no idea what Jade looked like. The last time I'd seen her, she'd been a baby, only 4 years younger than me, and I didn't even remember her then. She was so beautiful. Even now, with a whole lifetime of torment lurking behind her eyes that would haunt me forever. I took a cautious step closer, my bones splintering under the crush of sudden relief. "Jade?" My voice broke, and then the rest of me did too. I threw my bow, quiver, and gun onto the bed, and then we hurried toward each other and flung our arms around one another. My sobs burst through my chest again and again. Here was the storm of emotion I'd been waiting for, an uncontrollable deluge like winter itself. Jade leaned against me, both her naked body and her cries frail and weak. "I'm dead, aren't I?" she pushed out. "Or are you really here?" "I'm here." I squeezed her harder to convince her, and Sasha squirmed between us. I wished I was dead. So many times. I'm sorry." That didn't begin to cover it, but it was the best I could do with my throat pulled so tight. "We need to get you dressed and out of here." "Here," Thomas said softly behind me. The corner of the bed creaked as he placed something on it. "The naked guy isn't using these at the moment." Jade tensed and jerked away from him, her eyes shining bright with fear as she took in his size. "Who are you?" "That's Thomas," I said. "He won't hurt you." "I'll wait outside," he muttered. Her gaze flicked from Thomas stepping out into the hallway, to Sasha wriggling out of the neck of my coat, to me and then to Sasha again. "A baby wolf? How
How are you here? There are too many things I don't understand. I'll explain later. We need to go. Where's Lee? She demanded, her voice desperate. I don't know. The admission slumped my shoulders with sorrow, and then wilted the rest of me when her face crumpled. But we'll find him, I swear it. After a moment, she nodded as she swiped at her tears, and then began to dress with slow, shaky movements. I drew in a quiet gasp at the bruises on her arms, neck, and hips, and turned to give her privacy. My stomach churned. I didn't want to know how those got there. It had been about a month since I'd last seen her, and she'd become so thin during that time, so traumatized, that I couldn't imagine the horrors she'd been through. I should have never left you, I admitted to the quiet room. You didn't know what would happen. I was trying to save us when I went to Old Man's Den. You made a choice, Aika. A hard one. There's no way I can be mad at you for that. Hearing her say it coursed fresh tears down my face. The girl I'd always thought of as a sister, whether by half-blood or not, forgave me, and it made all the difference in the world. I have so much to tell you, I said between sobs, and I'm dying to hear it, especially about your wolf and the stranger outside. She came up next to me, took my hand, and squeezed. But please, not here. Thomas slipped inside then, as quiet as ever, and closed the door behind him. The neighbors must have complained about the noise. It's past time to go. Jade swept the blanket off the bed, an ugly green floral pattern, and swept it around her shoulders. Ready? I coaxed Sasha back into my coat and armed myself with my weapons again, the gun secured in a different pocket as my poison. Ready. But when we slipped from the room, Jade's hand firmly gripped in mine. We quickly realized the hallway had grown much too crowded. Voices filtered out from open doors, and several people milled around the hall. Smoke curled in graceful arcs from some of their lips, and with the very next inhale they drew deeply from the roll of lit paper plugged into their mouths. A boy hardly older than Jade, with an obviously drawn-on mustache, nodded at us. Trouble in paradise? Loud footsteps thundered up the stairs toward us. You could say that, Thomas growled. What's the fastest way out of here? One man stopped when he reached the top of the steps about 20 feet away. He was a big man, not nearly as big as Thomas, but 4 more large men joined him at the top of the steps. Next to me, Jade stiffened. The boy lifted his eyebrow and pointed the opposite way we'd come, his gaze traveling the length of Thomas. That way. With their fingers flexing at their sides as though they were looking for a fight, the men charged forward. The crowd in the hall scrambled back into their rooms. Thomas stood between the men and us, and he tossed over his shoulder. I'll stall. You run. Now. No, not this again. This splitting up. I grimaced in pain. Sasha whimpered as I tore myself away from Thomas's powerful gaze and turned, the physical ache of not being right next to him chewing through my chest. It made no sense, but it almost seemed our fingers had hooked together like they had several times before, and we were holding on for dear life. We ran. I shot a glance behind us just as Thomas braced his hands on both sides of the hall and kicked his feet out toward the charging men. Could he take on all of them? What's down here? I hissed. I don't know, Jade said, her voice trembling. I've never been here before. Loud bangs and crunching bones bounced down the hallway, as well as running footsteps heading straight for us. Shit. I didn't risk a look back. I knew who it was since Thomas made no noise. But Jade must have looked because she sucked in a harsh breath. "Aika?" I know. I gripped her elbow and hauled her away faster. I had a gun, but felt more confident with a bow. But a gun would be faster. But a gun could also aim wild and go for Thomas. Ahead, the hall branched right and left. On a whim, I spun us left. A dead end, for fuck's sake. Nothing except a small cabinet. But the right branch was no better. Empty except for a frosted window. We were trapped. The footsteps crashed toward us, nearly upon us. "Quick, the dumbwaiter!" Jade lunged toward the cabinet and opened it. "The what?" I hissed. "Just get in!" I threw myself inside, having to draw up my knees and duck my head at a painful angle so it wouldn't knock against the pulley system at the top. Jade followed me in and somehow folded herself into the few inches next to me, her sharp bones grinding into mine. "Help me pull!" She reached up to the pulley rope. I pulled down on the rope to help, but it wouldn't budge. Around the corner came a man running at full speed. When he saw us, he poured on more while baring his teeth in a ferocious grin. My stomach shuddered into my spine. My blood crashed between my ears. He had no weapons. He didn't need any with those meaty fists. Even if I could release an arrow, there was no way I could angle my bow in here for a decent shot.
"Good thing I like the chase almost better than fucking,"
he said, reaching for us. But then his body flew right, then left, his head slamming hard into each wall. When he slumped, Thomas stood behind him, his face twisted in fury. I'd never seen that face on him before. So much raw, scary emotion. Never wanted to again. He looked terrifying.
"Meet you outside."
The door slammed shut and suffocated us with darkness. We pulled and the rope in the pulley finally moved, its mechanism somehow locked while the door was open. The crank squealed as it turned, so loud we might as well have been screaming our location as we sank down. We stopped with a hard jolt. "Get ready to run," I whispered. Jade opened the little door and light voices from a bustling kitchen filtered through. Women with the same hollow look as Jade stopped to stare, the flour on their faces hardly thick enough to hide the bruises. We clambered out and spilled to the floor, our hands instantly finding each other's again. No one tried to stop us as we wound our way through long wooden tables covered with dishes, breads, and cooked meats. Jade led me around a fallen pan lid, even though Sasha spotted it beforehand. "They won't let us walk out of here. Good thing I brought my bow. You can't shoot everyone who tries to stop us. Not everyone will follow if I say my arrows are doused in 4-step poison," I said, reaching over my shoulder for an arrow. Jade turned to gape at me. "Poison? What are you talking about?" I handed her the arrow. "Stab this toward anything that moves threateningly." We stopped inside the kitchen doorway and Jade peered beyond it. When she turned to me again, her pretty mouth flattened into a hard line. "You really do think we're getting out of here alive, don't you?" "I've gotten out of worse." "To find me?" "To save you." She swallowed hard as she stared at me with tears in her eyes. I never... She squeezed the arrow I'd given her and nodded. "Okay. I need you to be my eyes, though," I said, stuffing Sasha farther down into my coat, where she squirmed and grumbled. "That's the least I can do." My muscles tight, my teeth gritted, my heart quaking inside my chest, I retrieved another arrow and nocked it. "Let's go." Jade took my elbow and led me through the doorway. It sounded less crowded in here, but not any less dangerous. "What are you doing?" A female voice hissed from about 3 feet ahead to the right. "You're going to make it worse for the rest."
"You think you're going somewhere?"
a brisk voice asked from behind her. The girl immediately retreated, her footsteps a whisper compared to the man's as he drew nearer. I swiveled my arrow toward him. "Don't stop," I muttered to Jade.
"That girl there is someone's property, and it looks an awful lot like you're stealing her,"
the man fumed.
"That makes you a thief, don't it?"
My ears burned for anyone else coming near us. The click of a gun, the staggered breath of someone about to do something stupid. Jade kept us moving, her hand still at my elbow, and I turned to keep my aim on the room. "I'm no one's property," she murmured as if to herself.
"You walk out of here with her, I go get the sheriff,"
the man warned. "Do whatever helps you sleep at night," I fired back. "But owning slaves like this won't last." The man stomped toward us.
"Says who?"
"Says this arrow in your dick if you come any closer." "She won't miss," Jade said. "No, I won't." Jade's steps faltered and then she stopped, swinging my arrow a little to the right. "Gun." One word. One shaky word was all it took for my hope we'd get out of here to shrivel and die. "I bet you know Lager, the bald guy who was here earlier?" I asked the room. I nudged my elbow into Jade's grip, urging her toward the door anyway. We had to be almost there and not dead yet. "Ask him how he lost his finger. Ask anyone about the 4-step poison I doused my arrows with." I hadn't. There hadn't been time, but no one needed to know that. 4 steps, and then the men I shot, grown men, fell dead. Jade's grip tightened on my elbow, and I could feel the prickle of her gaze sliding over my face, feel her unasked questions storming in her mind. "If you shoot me and you're a good shot, then maybe I'll die. But if I shoot you," I forced a smile at the room, "there is no maybe. That goes for anyone who tries to stop us." Thick silence suffocated the room. No one moved. I sure hoped I'd gotten my point across because I was sick of hearing myself speak. Jade's grip on my elbow loosened as she turned. A creak sounded and a blast of winter air hit me in the back. We were almost out, and then we'd need to run. I stumbled over the uneven boards in the entryway as I backed outside, my arrow like a constant, steady dare for those inside. Then we were outside the town hall and free. "Jade!" I hissed and turned in the direction of the church, my free arm and bow wheeling about me for her. But there was no one there. Panic struck my breaths to my freezing lungs. "Jade?" A whimper. That was all I heard from her. The rest was stolen by the unmistakable slam of the town hall door. I stepped toward it, or started to, but a force wrenched my quiver from my back. I stumbled off the porch, my bow flying, an arm looped around Sasha and me from behind, and a cold hand slapped over my mouth. I screamed and fought to get away. Harnessed against me, Sasha did too. I lashed out with everything I had in order to work my hand under my coat to free her. As a distraction while I did, I bit down hard on several fingers. Sasha tumbled out the bottom of my coat, landed on my boots, and ran toward the town hall underneath the porch. She'd be fine. She had to be.
"What was that?"
The grip on me loosened for an instant. Only enough for me to shout, "Jade? Thomas?" Something banged against the inside of the door. Jade. Was that her trying to get out? But whoever held me strengthened their hold and choked off any more screams or bites with the crook of their elbow locked around my neck. I couldn't breathe. I flailed weakly, but my winter-burdened lungs had nothing left to give. I fought to keep my eyes open, and slowly, gradually, vision clicked into place from Sasha hiding underneath the town hall porch. A figure wearing a heavy coat and woolen hat pulled low emerged through the snowy void coming toward the town hall. Blue eyes pierced my fading consciousness, and a whistly chuckle coiled through the wind and clenched around my heart. Lager. At the same time I realized it, a gunshot cracked behind the town hall door. Chapter 6. No. No. I refused to die now when I'd come so close to saving Jade. I refused to let her die behind the closed door of the town hall. But that gunshot... My nerves trembled and worry chewed through my gut. For her and myself. Another man strode out of the whiteout and stopped several feet away next to a tree, heavy with snow. Lager stopped in front of me and shouted over the wind.
"You have no idea how long I've waited for this day."
I squirmed in the other man's grasp, but I didn't have enough air to tell Lager to go to hell, or to tease him with details about his missing family. If he knew about them, he might not be so quick to kill me if he thought I could supply more details. If he tried, though, if I got my chance, I'd have to kill him first, my promise to Shy be damned. He stepped closer so we were nose to nose, a victorious grin stretching his mouth. His sickly sweet honey scent choked down my throat with the tiny sliver of air the man who held me allowed.
"I thought that was you in there. I could sell you for a pretty penny like your friend."
He nodded toward the closed door.
"Let them break you as a slave and force you to learn your place before I shoot off parts of your body. See how you like it."
My blood simmered as I stared him down. I would never show fear in front of him. In fact, a small part of me wanted him to haul me back in there, just so I could see what had happened. See that my half-sister was okay. The other part screamed and cursed at Shy. She was too good for this man, whether she knew this version of him or not.
Or...
He pulled a gun out from under his coat and pointed it at my head.
"I could kill you now."
I didn't even flinch. Inside, though, my blood iced over because I didn't doubt he'd pull the trigger. He hated me, maybe even as much as I hated him. A buzzing and almost growl sounded from underneath the porch, a noise I prayed the other two men wouldn't notice or identify. Sasha's gaze remained on Lager. His grin sparked to his eyes with a malicious glimmer.
"There's something I want you to know first, though. I was about to say I want you to see."
A humorless chuckle.
"But, well, you know."
He glanced over his shoulder.
"Eric, to the jail next door and come right back."
Eric, dressed in all black, strode around the corner of the town hall. The man behind me held firm. My mind spun over itself. Lager had nothing I wanted to see. Ever. Still, from Sasha's view, my face flickered. Whatever was about to happen cleaved apart any hope I'd had that I would walk away from this unhurt. But one thing worked to my advantage. He didn't know I could see. The two of us stayed unmoving, my eyes trained on him, while in Sasha's periphery 2 figures emerged from around the corner, one in front of the other. One was Lager's man, Eric. The other... Lager stepped aside as the 2 came upon us. When they were about 4 feet away, the figure in front tripped over his long coat and stumbled to his knees and then glanced up. My heart fractured into 1,000 forever unhealable pieces.
No one wanted this one. Couldn't get a single penny for him,
Lager said.
Should have sold him with his sister in a 2-for-1 deal.
It was Lee. Bruises mottled his swollen face, but he looked up at me with such innocence and love I didn't think he even noticed them. He was shivering badly.
But
blood dribbled from his split lip over his chin.
But, Aika, I found you. I did it all by myself.
I hissed out a broken sob while tears burned down my frozen cheeks. No one wanted this one, Lager had said. How could that be when Lee was one of the sweetest people I'd ever known? His disability had saved him, and now I needed to save him too. Somehow. I worked my mouth in an effort to speak, but only a pained rasp escaped my throat.
Let her speak,
Lager ordered. The grip loosened enough for me to squeak. I'll buy him. Lager shook his head.
That's not the way this works. I'll decide what to do with the both of you.
He leaned in, his honey-sweet breath billowing into my face.
Besides, I know for a fact, you have nothing to buy him with.
Because he'd taken everything I had. Every single thing in my life gone. All because of him and Faust.
Now, you can do something for me. Or, if you decide not to, I'll kill you both. Your choice.
He grinned, his blue eyes shining with victory.
All you have to do is tell me what slaughtered close to 20 wolves in Slipjoint Forest, with your arrows sticking out of them. It's all everyone is talking about, and I, for one, know it's not wolfsbane mixed with moonshine.
One man had already backed me into a corner to play his game. Now Lager too? They were practically one and the same, except instead of wolf territory in the Crimson Forest, Lager played for poison territory. What I had, he wanted to sell. Always.
I can tell you know exactly what I'm talking about,
he prodded.
Tell me, the arrows were dipped in something other than wolfsbane, weren't they?
I blanked my face of everything but hatred. I'd give him what he damn well deserved. A lie and nothing else. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you do. Wolfsbane doesn't kill. It slows. And those were your arrows in those wolves.
Every arrow you see is mine, I fired back. Every dead wolf is my fault? You're the one with the poison trade now. I think you did it. Something shifted across his face, a storm of winter's rage, and then he snapped. With a roar, he drew back the butt of his gun and smashed it into the side of Lee's head. Blood spattered. Lee slid sideways to the snow, limp, unmoving. It all unfolded through Sasha under the porch as my knees went slack. Bile rode up from my stomach, but dead-ended as the chokehold around my neck grew tighter. Lee! I tried to shout, but all I heard were 2 consecutive loud noises that made no sense at first. Then suddenly I could breathe again. The tight grip around me vanished. I slumped to the snow next to Lee as I sucked in all the air I could.
Leave. Now.
That was Thomas. But the wind scattered his voice so that it came from everywhere in a loud, thunderous boom.
I don't want any trouble here.
Lager backed off a step, his gun aimed down. Loud thuds came from the direction of the town hall, and then a heartbreaking cry from Jade. What did you do? What did you do to him? A wisp of a girl wrapped in a green floral-patterned blanket flew off the steps toward Lager, kicking and screaming and cursing, but Thomas's thick forearm hooked around her middle and caught her mid-air. I shook my head into the snow, Jade's wretched cries blistering my soul, and then found Lee's wide, tearful eyes open and watching. His mouth was open wide and caught on a sob. Alive. He was alive. Relief sweetened the air, funneling into my lungs.
"Turn tail and go!"
Thomas shouted. I crawled toward Lee and blocked Sasha's view with my body as I took his face in my hands. He immediately did the same, his hands shaking violently, and pressed his forehead to mine.
"Aika, my head. But Jade, why Jade mad? Why?"
All I could do was bite back my sobs and hold my palms to his ears to keep him from hearing Jade screaming at the top of her lungs at Lager. Lee hated loud noises, hated high emotions even worse, and all I wanted to do was not upset him further, ease his pain and hold him to me.
"I'll remember this,"
Lager shouted.
"I'll remember that you killed 2 of my men in cold blood."
"I will fucking destroy you! Do you hear me?" Jade screamed. "I will fucking rip you apart for hurting him!"
"Better put a leash on that one,"
Lager shot back, his boots retreating a few steps more. Coward. The day his dead body withered away until he was nothing but a useless pile of bones couldn't come soon enough. Finally, Jade's threats on his life faded away, and Thomas must have released her because she collapsed on the other side of Lee, sobbing. I released him into her arms and then just lay there, relieved tears streaming down my cheeks and freezing to my skin. I was too stunned to move. I'd gotten them both back, somehow, impossibly, and I knew we needed to move in order for us to stay together like we were supposed to be. My body was done, though, the emotional turmoil of today too much to handle.
"Aika."
A warm touch grazed my fingers and lifted my hand out of the snow and onto my coat.
"Are you hurt? We can't stay here."
I shook my head, the sounds of Jade and Lee's reunion pressing in on my chest. The 3 of us had been inseparable growing up, and their affectionate brother-sister bond with each other had been one of the most important things I'd learned from them. That there was such a thing as love outside my family. That it could happen around me and with me. That deep down I knew I deserved the same kind of love. They'd opened my eyes to it, and I was both envious and fascinated by it. Now I couldn't stop crying with relief that they and we were together. Thomas curled his fingers around mine and said gently,
"We need to go. Can you stand? Where's Sasha?"
His acknowledgement of the wolf pup leaped the blood through my veins faster. He knew as well as I did that I would never willingly part with her. I heaved a breath and turned my head, watching myself as I did so. There, I choked. Under the porch. The bravest, smartest wolf pup who knew exactly what to do like a good girl. Thomas gazed over at her for a split second, the first time since I'd met him, then stalked toward her, clenching and unclenching his fists. He crouched low and scooped her up into his arms, and she went willingly. Her eyes widened as she took his face in, from the ends of his wind-blown hair to his beard and the firm line of his full lips. His dark eyes connected with hers for an instant, and a flash of turmoil and sorrow darkened his gaze before he looked away again, his face blanking. Progress, though. We'd all made progress today, even if it had almost killed us. Jade sniffed and released a shuddery breath as she pulled gently on Lee's arm. "Come on, big brother. You're too big for me to carry." Lee laughed, the full belly one that always warmed my heart. When he shoved to his feet and swayed, Thomas was there to scoop him up, too. I hauled myself to my hands and knees and then stopped, letting the wind whip the frozen tears from my face as I stared in the direction Lager had gone. I could do it now. Just get it over with, so I never had to hear his threats against my life or my family's lives, or let him get away with destroying every goddamn thing. Screw my promise to Shy. She should have never trusted me anyway. A blind, illiterate, desperate girl. I skated my hands over the snow, searching for my bow and arrows, and when I found them a few feet away, I immediately nocked one and aimed. Seething rage blistered my veins as I stood. He wouldn't hurt me again. Today had been the last time. The glee when he'd counted his money after selling Jade. The crush of the gun against Lee's head. I needed to end him right now.
Aika?
Thomas's voice cracked the air apart around me with its force, and soothed it back together with a tinge of understanding. "Give me Sasha," I told him through gritted teeth. "I'll go find him. I'll end him right now."
No.
"Thomas!"
"Death is too easy for him. Let him suffer first. He headed in the direction of the tavern. Let him nurse his pride for a few days. Then let him wonder if that's really your dead body in his burned-down, empty cabin. He loves his family. You saw how good he takes care of them. See what he does when you strip it all away, just as he did to you."
"You mean torture him?" I said through gritted teeth, my voice tight with menace.
"That was the plan all along. Time to sit back and watch it all unfold. Killing him now lets him off too easy."
Thomas was right. He was terrifying, a devil lurking in the dark when he talked like that. But he was right. I couldn't kill Lager when he deserved so much more. So much more punishment. As much as it pained me, I lowered my bow. "Does the same apply to Faust and Gabriel?"
"Gabriel wishes he were dead already."
"And Faust?"
"Faust should have killed me a long time ago."
Thomas put his hand on my shoulder and guided me toward him.
"Give Lager a head start, and he'll eventually lead us right to my brother."
Finally, I lowered my bow. "And we'll paint the Crimson Forest with their blood." Chapter 7. "You can see through them? The wolves who shift? How is any of this possible?" Jade and Lee lay together on a spare bed in the church, while I sat in a chair next to them as a watchful guardian, much like Archer had done to me a little more than a month ago in the cabin. Lee snored softly with his head cradled in his sister's lap, his head wrapped in bandages that were probably due for a change soon. Jade rested her back against the wall while I glided a brush through her damp hair. She'd bathed with one hand clinging to me all the while, and she hadn't yet released me. Not that I minded, not in the least. Sasha had fallen asleep on my bed in the room next door. I didn't have the heart to wake her. Baba rested down the hall, and when he'd set his sights on Jade and Lee, he began to weep. It had hurt, but I'd tried not to let it show. I was glad they were back, too. "The wolves were poisoned with what Baba sold in Old Man's Den," I answered. "It was poured in the ponds and rivers in the Crimson Forest." "Moonshine?" "Moonshine mixed with wolfsbane. It slowed them down, made them sick, and then they died." Poisoned. She released a shaky breath. Like you. My stomach squirmed, and a cold, sticky sweat clung to my skin. She was too smart not to know everything about me, even the parts I'd never had the guts to tell her. You know. I guessed, but I hoped I was wrong. Your Ama was so awful to you. So useless and broken. Ama's words had carved themselves into my soul, but they hurt a little less now. If she could see me now, knew all I'd been through since Baba had been shot, would she think any differently? I tried to imagine her and the sound of her voice, but her face blurred in my memories. Her anger morphed into a buzz drowned out by my worried thoughts. I couldn't remember her clearly, or maybe I didn't feel the need to. Yeah, she was. The brush in my hand snagged on a knot, and I gently coaxed it loose. Now wasn't the time to tell Jade that my Baba was hers and Lee's too. Not after all she'd been through today. Soon, though, when the time was right, and I'd be there for them, no matter what. Being her half-blood sister made me love her even more. And these wolves you can see through, they're also human. Thomas is a wolf. I guess that explains why he scares me. I paused with the brush mid-air. He does? He doesn't you? No, I feel like he's another version of myself, if that makes sense. She sighed. It doesn't. Not even close. You're not a wolf, Aika. No, we have the same goals. We even have the same pasts, in a way. I clamped my mouth shut because that wasn't for me to tell, so I left it at that, knowing Jade could fill in those blanks herself. He's very comfortable shooting people. I saw that in the town hall. I know you trust him, and don't take this the wrong way, but I have to wonder what makes him so different than Lager and Faust. Annoyance flared deep. First Baba, now her. I had to wonder what they were basing their judgments on. His scars? The fact that they didn't fully understand wolf shifters? I shook my head hard. He's one of the good guys. Says who? Says me, I said, trying to stay calm. When we find Archer and Grady, you'll understand. Besides, I've shot people too. I've killed most of Faust's pack with the new poison I helped make, and I haven't given a second thought to it. That's supposed to make me feel better? She squeaked. Killing doesn't bother you at all? Not even a little? Look, I sat back in the chair and reined in my emotions, since none of this was Jade's fault. I've seen the trauma Thomas's pack has been through since losing the Crimson Forest to Faust. It's my trauma now, too. I'm just trying to help make it right. Sometimes when you need to make a point, it has to be a bloody one. Okay, but don't be mad, she said, squeezing my hand. I'm trying to understand. It's just, you've changed. You're sharper, harder than I've ever seen you. I squeezed back and stroked my fingers through the long, silky strands of her hair. I'm carved from the snow. I always have been. Gently, I slid my hand from hers and stood. Now get some sleep, okay? You'll both be here when I wake up? You and Lee? Of course. I crossed to the door and paused with my hand on the knob. I wanted to ask her more of what had happened to her and Lee, but all she'd had the strength to say was that Lager had taken her to Margin's jail 2 days before. She broke down after that, and I couldn't bear to push. I love you, Jade. She sucked in a trembling breath. I love you more. My heart lightened even as it pulled me back toward them, but they needed sleep. I did too, since my heavy limbs seemed to drag behind the rest of me as I closed the door after me.
No rest for the weary. I leaped and spun around with my hand over my heart, my blood crashing between my ears.
Thomas, I hissed. Don't do that.
You were about to walk right by me.
Because you're a ghost. Silence stretched the length of the hallway between us, but I knew that quiet well enough by now to know it was stalking toward me down the hall.
So you think I'm dead too?
His voice was rough, sleepy, and I felt it everywhere, like sparks along my skin. They burned brighter the closer he drew. Not even close, I said breathlessly. He came right up to me and nudged me against the wall with his large body, boxing me in with his arms posted on either side of my head. My mind flashed back to the town hall, when we'd been in a similar position, and his lips had been devouring mine. You move like a ghost, I clarified, but you sure as hell don't kiss like you're dead. He leaned in and growled as he brushed his lips across the top of my forehead.
You think I'm lying when I say I don't feel things.
I never said you were lying.
Then listen to the truth.
His hand went to the front of my neck and squeezed, not enough to cut off my air, but to touch, to skip my heartbeat faster.
I feel nothing.
He brushed his nose down the side of mine, inhaling long and deep, then teased his mouth across mine. My pulse hammering, I wanted to sag forward for more. He fueled me with powerful lust and need, and at the same time ground up all sense with what he was saying. He pulled away, his hand around my neck tightening some.
I feel nothing, except when I'm with you,
he growled.
A human. Everything you feel, I feel 10 times over. Explain that.
We're connected. I reached out to feel him, the muscles in his arms tensing as I did. I wished I could see him too, wished I could feel all of him. I see myself inside of you clear as day. Our pasts, our scars.
She's right, you know,
he muttered, tearing away from my seeking fingers. He paced down the hall a few steps and then turned back. About what? My voice sounded a little too shrill and broken, my heart a loud strike that beat toward him.
I don't have any trouble killing.
You heard.
I did,
he murmured.
But she missed one critical detail.
What's that?
I tried to free those slaves with a wave of my hand toward the open back door. They didn't want to go. One told me she'd gone there willingly because she was an orphan, and it was the only place that could feed and shelter her during winter. Most of them were just like her, and since he doesn't know what else to do, Margin's sheriff and the mayor look the other way.
A gravelly squeak rose up out of my throat. We could have ended up there anyway. Jade, Lee, and me. As a last resort if the events surrounding Baba getting shot had gone just a little bit differently.
Money is hardly ever exchanged,
Thomas continued.
Slaves are rarely bought and sold.
But that didn't stop Lager. He'd do anything for money. How much of a head start do we give him?
A day. 2 tops.
1 day. Silence, but I could sense his agreement. Why tell me this right now? I asked.
I feel what you feel. Your rage has precise targets, but your desire is an overwhelming compulsion that's impossible for me to ignore.
He kissed me again like a man untamed, his whole body dominating mine with his mouth, his hands, and the sound of his thrashing heart. I moaned at the intensity of his touch, at the ruthless strokes of his tongue I couldn't seem to get enough of. His kiss was everywhere, and I desperately wanted more. Then don't ignore it, I pleaded.
No, you're too tired. Another time.
He pulled away. Wait! I reached out to drag him back, but he'd already gone softly into the night. Chapter 8. On a sleigh just like the one I used to have, Baba, Jade, and Lee headed west out of Margin. 3 of the slip-joint wolf shifters, including the alpha, Jenk, led the sleigh in their human forms, so they wouldn't scare and confuse Lee. My heart grew heavy as they left, our shared tears and warm embraces still suffusing every part of my body. Even Baba had hugged me, a brisk, silent one that had left me stiff with shock. Still, it had been nice. Now they were gone when I'd just gotten them back. It would be safer for them in case of retaliation. I knew this, but it didn't make it any easier.
It's time,
Thomas said, hooking his fingers around my gloved ones. I'm ready. I squeezed, grateful for the comfort, and stepped Sasha and me into his waiting arms, my feet atop his. His heat enveloped us and instantly soothed my winter-bitten cheeks. He smelled like dried jasmine instead of snow. We all did to mask our scents. His heart beat a steady rhythm throughout his chest, and I smiled into it as I wrapped my arms around his solid form. Even though he was nearly 2 of me put together, we fit perfectly. 2 damaged souls fused together by both our pasts and our futures. My ghost protector. And after kissing him yesterday, my blood thrummed as I pressed myself against him, careful of Sasha tucked into my side. I could still feel that kiss, just as easily as I felt the hard column of his muscles forming to my body.
Tell me if you or Sasha need to stop,
he said into the top of my hair. I nodded and closed my eyes as he brushed his lips over my forehead. Then we were off, following the rest of the slip-joint pack northeast, through the edge of Margin and then into the slip-joint forest. We'd pass Margin's row without seeing it. A good thing, since I couldn't bear to see what was left of my home again. Thomas held me to him tightly, my feet no longer on top of his as he waded through occasional high drifts where the trees didn't grow close together. When we were well into the forest, the trees grew thicker and made travel faster. Snowy branches slid across Thomas's coat in a hypnotic, gentle rhythm that coaxed me into a doze. But a loud crack jerked me awake.
Shit!
Thomas shoved me away from him and backed me into a tree, his body blocking mine. What? I hissed, trying to calm a wriggling wolf pup inside my coat. What do you see?
Nothing yet. The slip joints are tracking it.
That crack sounded like a gun. My mind snapped to Logger. He would have seen his cabin by now. Part of the slip-joint pack had been tracking him and reporting back. He was heading toward Old Man's den, and we were following. Sasha whimpered in my arms, but there weren't enough kisses in the world to quiet her. The pit of my stomach soured. She only reacted like this when something was terribly wrong. Hush, sweet girl. Please, I whispered. Another shot cracked through the forest, this one closer. Followed by the yelp of a wolf, I sucked in a breath and pulled Thomas in closer, waiting. Silence lowered over the forest, as thick and stifling as the snow. Thomas wore my bow and quiver, but when I went for them, he turned out of my reach.
It's just hunters, maybe, looking for food,
he assured me. But they wouldn't shoot human— The next crack exploded into the tree above our heads. My heart galloped into my throat as Thomas ducked us both down and dove us into the cover of trees. Another shot shattered into the tree just inches in front of my head, spraying ice and splintered wood into my face. I cried out and ducked lower, my legs scrambling to move faster. Sasha yelped, and I prayed she was all right.
"Give her to me,"
Thomas hissed. I did without question, handing him a tense ball of nerves that he hid inside his coat.
"We have to run."
He took my hand in his.
"Hold tight."
We ran as fast as I could keep up, my boots sliding over frozen tree roots jutting out of the ground and patches of solid ice. But we were going the wrong way. I could tell by the wind. We were headed north, straight into the Crimson Forest where we would not be welcomed. I gasped, the cold freezing my lungs together. Faust's pack will see us coming. Yet another shot shook snow down on top of us.
"It's either this or a bullet through the head."
"They're chasing us?" I asked between pants.
"I've heard of them. They're rogue hunters. Humans who hide in the trees during winter because they're starving for food. Any kind of food."
Including us. I'd never been so desperate to even consider that. There must be dozens of them.
"Too many to waste our bullets and arrows on."
"Can you see them?"
"Not yet. Come on, hurry. Don't be an easy target."
I gripped his hand in a death grip as we sped our pace, afraid I'd slow us to a deadly crawl if I planted down a foot wrong. But Thomas tugged and pulled my hand as he guided me, and I knew I had to trust where he led me. Had this been what had happened to Grady and Shy? Run off by rogues who didn't care what they ate? They would have been protected in the carriage, though, unless it had broken down. Or were Shy's neighbors part of the rogue hunters, which could explain why their cupboards and cellar were mostly empty? If so, what had that been in their soup bowls?
Fuck.
Thomas tightened his grip on my hand and sped his pace even more, hauling me along after him. "What?" I tried to ask, but only a breathless groan came out. Then I knew as soon as I separated the crash of our feet from all other sounds. Instead of gunshots, rapid movement barreled along beside us on either side. Wolves. Not friendly given Thomas's reaction, and in the next instant he shot at one on the left with his gun. It went down with a yelp, but another immediately took its place. They came at us from both sides at sharp angles, narrowing our escape options, and we couldn't turn back to face the rogue hunters. Not with our limited stash of weapons. We had to keep going. We had to keep running to Old Man's den. How much more did we have to travel? An hour? Thomas shot again, and again, but it didn't seem to matter. The wolves were everywhere now, so near I could hear their claws scraping snow.
"Aika!"
Something huge crashed into my back. I went down hard into the snow, my senses scattering, my arms flailing. If I'd had Sasha, I would have surely crushed her. What little air I held in my lungs funneled out, and before I could turn my head and inhale, a heavy weight pressed down on the back of my head. Snow froze to my mouth and nose, and that was all there was. Just snow. No air. None at all. I fought to break free, lashed out with my arms and legs, but the weight only strengthened, pressing my face farther into the snow. Panic surged through me as I kicked and punched, but none of them connected. Around me, ferocious, terrifying growls and snapping jaws filled the Crimson Forest. Thomas must have shifted, but if so, what had he done with Sasha? Oh God. Sasha. A crash of adrenaline bucked me sideways out from underneath what was suffocating me. I drew in a single breath, blinked the snow from my eyes, and gazed down on the scene from above. From Sasha. In a tree? Thomas in his huge gray and white wolf form, all fangs and red eyes and murderous aggression, fought off 4 others. And only a few feet away, a white wolf lunged straight for my neck. I rolled. It pivoted and snarled, advancing once again. I recognized it, or thought I did. It was the same size, same color as the one I'd seen at the tavern in Old Man's Den. Louisa, Faust's wife. From above, I found my arrows and bow leaning against the tree trunk a few feet away. I dove for them, knowing it was a risk to turn my back on the wolf. I just needed a second, if that. It wasn't enough. The wolf snapped down on my boot and punctured it through to the ankle. I screamed in pain and twisted to get away while at the same time reaching for my bow. With my foot still in its mouth, the wolf dragged me backward, its teeth slicing tender flesh. White-hot pain bolted up my leg, and I screamed again. I tried to kick my leg loose from its jaws and escape my backward slide, but couldn't. From above, from my other pair of eyes, a growl sounded. Not the cute buzzing, but a definite growl from my favorite wolf pup. The wolf loosened her grip enough for me to free myself. My fingertips caught the string of my bow, knocking it sideways into my quiver. Arrows scattered over the snowy roots. I snatched one up, jackknifed my body around, and had an arrow knocked within seconds. The white wolf gazed up at Sasha with such a haunted, pained look in her eyes that it almost seemed as though tears glistened there. Thomas prowled toward her, his lips peeled back and his red eyes narrowed in a hate-filled glower. The other 4 wolves lay split apart and staining the snow a deep crimson. "Tell him we're coming," I told the white wolf, my arrow steady. "And when you do, note the fear he tries to hide. It won't be just his town that goes up in flames, but his bones. You tell him that." Thomas ticked his gaze to me, his fierce grin softening some. A hint of pride welled up inside of me. This hadn't been the plan, announcing our presence like this. But I wasn't so blinded with rage that I couldn't see this female wolf-shifter's desperation. Even with my arrow aimed at her and Thomas behind her, she flicked her attention to the wolf pup in the tree. She wanted a baby so badly that she'd do anything for one. And she couldn't, because the Crimson Forest had rejected her when she'd left the pack. Having a baby wasn't what I wanted, when I needed too many other things. But I understood that level of desperation, that drive to do whatever it took. I hoped Thomas understood this too. He shifted back into a man, fully clothed in his long woolen overcoat and deep hood, but just as terrifying as his wolf form. "Go." His voice was hard, unforgiving. With one last glance up at Sasha, she turned. "You can't breed if you're dead, Louisa," Thomas said. "Faust will get you killed one way or another. My pack won't take you back, but that doesn't mean another one won't." A flash of hurt tightened the corners of her pale eyes, and then she was gone, her white fur merging instantly with the snow. I looked to Thomas. "Should we have let her go?" "That's up to her," he said tightly, staring after her. "We're still in the Crimson Forest." "Good thing it's a shortcut to Old Man's Den. We're almost there. Just be on your guard." "Always am." "One of the things I like about you." Despite the pain in my ankle, despite my shivering, I smiled. He crossed toward me in 2 large strides and crouched, his frown etching deep. "I'm no Grady when it comes to sewing people up, but I'll do what I can." He undid the scarf from my hair and began to wind it around my ankle. I winced. I've had worse wolf bites. "She went easy on you." I bit back a groan as he cinched my ankle up tight, the pain making me grind my teeth together. "Easy? Why would she do that?" "Louisa's a follower. That's all she's good at, but that doesn't mean she's a killer." "I threatened her life. I scratched her face with an arrow in Old Man's Den and did nothing while Grady locked her in a metal cage." "You acted like an alpha." "But you're—"
The female alpha of a wolf pack. You drew first blood in Old Man's den. She despises you, but probably a little of her respects you."
I sawed my teeth over my bottom lip, considering. Me, an alpha female, and I wasn't even a wolf shifter. "If she respects me, she has a funny way of showing it," I said.
"All this was just for show in front of Faust's pack."
With his lips firmed, he finished tying the scarf and stood. "She was out here with them looking for the ruby caves, wasn't she?" I asked, taking his offered hand to stand. "You saw how she reacted to Sasha. She was totally disarmed, and not just because of your ferocious growl, sweet girl. You did amazing." She yipped in agreement, and Thomas lifted her from her perch and handed her to me. She touched her nose to mine, making me smile, and then wriggled herself back into my coat.
"Get in."
Thomas held his coat open for us.
"We're in Faust's territory now. We can travel faster this way, and if anyone's looking for a man and a woman, all they'll see is me."
Eager for his warmth, I climbed atop his boots. A part of me wanted to grumble that he hadn't acknowledged Sasha's first real growl. Not even a pat on the head. But he was still healing, still forgiving himself. I needed to let him do that on his own terms, and not push. We continued northeast through the Crimson Forest. We weren't so bold as to walk right through Old Man's den, since we didn't know the exact state it was in, or how many people still lived there. So we skirted around the easternmost side, behind what used to be the jail. There was nothing left of it, except ashes blowing in a swirling veil of snow. There was nothing left of the town, period. It had been leveled by the fire, utterly devastated. Even Faust's tavern all the way across the street. I could still smell the smoke and taste the bitter panic of that night, but I found myself grinning as I peered Sasha and I around Thomas's coat lapel. We'd made our point that night. Even though it had been the most stressful night of my life, we'd done well. Time to do it again, this time with poison. Thomas stopped, clutching me to him as he bent into the wind.
"Hear that?"
I listened, only catching brief snatches of sound I couldn't place. "What is it?" He kept moving, bringing me closer to the source, because when he finally stopped again, I heard it. A piano, its vibrant notes drifting in and out of the snowstorm. I knew that song. I hated that song. "The scratching post," I called toward Thomas's neck. "The brothel, at the end of town." It hadn't burned down. By luck or by design, it still stood, while the rest of the town was no more. Did that mean everyone had flocked there? Judging from the music pouring out of it, someone was having a party. Thomas crept us closer. So close, boisterous voices mixed between the piano and rode the air. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I had no need to. We'd take a wide circuit around it, and then disappear into the slip-joint forest on the other side of the road. They knew my face inside, likely Thomas's too, and if one of them recognized us, we might not be able to vanish so easily into the woods. Besides, this had been where Lager was headed, though we'd seen no signs of him, no tracks. I peeked Sasha and I out of his coat again and found the brothel to our left, the back door propped open by a man bent double and retching on the porch. People crammed the inside with laughing women wearing bright, luxurious dresses, and men with their arms around them. Liquor sloshed from their glasses, but a bottle was being passed around to fix that. They stood next to the piano player, some singing along, others yelling over the song. None of them paid us any attention. None of them except a black cat, winding around their legs, seemingly confident no one would step on him. Keen green eyes locked on us. Ribbons? Here? Thomas, I hissed.
I see,
he said, his voice tense, but his movements fluid and silent as ever. But maybe it wasn't her, because that would mean Grady, Shy, and Gibby weren't far away. Gibby would never willingly leave her pet, so either they were here or they weren't. I couldn't decide which was worse. Shy and Gibby didn't belong in a place like this, and Grady was known and hunted just like the rest of his pack. Were they here against their will? Because if they were looking for a warm place to sleep, the cabin was just 3 miles from here. What do we do? I asked.
We watch. We listen. Just like Ribbon's there.
You think it's her?
It is her. She smells the same.
Ignoring the man still doubled over, she squatted on the opposite side of the porch, quickly did her business, and then raced inside again without a second glance our way. We crossed toward the edge of the building and then rounded toward the front where the song faded. The main door stood closed. I stepped away from Thomas's warmth and instantly regretted it. Sasha stared up out of my coat at her alpha, and I noted the snowflakes sticking to his long lashes and catching in his beard. The effect was stunning, especially as he towered over me and gazed down at me, his eyes dipping to my lips for an instant. I could go in, I offered, my teeth beginning to chatter. You could give me your coat to cover up mine and I could find out if they're really in there or not. He rolled his eyes skyward.
You're not going anywhere alone, Aika. Besides, they'll recognize you too, no matter what you wear. You're kind of hard to miss with your bow and quiver and determination.
Then we just go in, arrows and guns blazing?
Yes and no. We just go in, blazing only when it's necessary. We don't know who's in there yet, so we'll look like we belong as soon as we stroll in.
Right, I sighed. I've never belonged anywhere. I like the arrows and guns blazing idea much better. He reached up and cupped the side of my neck, startling warmth back into my flesh. His breath steamed over my lips as he leaned down and touched his nose to mine. My eyes sank closed at the touch, and as Sasha squirmed inside my coat, I realized she did that too. Touched noses. It must be a select wolf thing, a sign of affection.
You belong with my pack,
he said. My heart both swelled and ached, and a sharp sting burned my eyes more than the cold. I belonged with his pack. I'd felt it for a long time, but to hear him say it solidified it with stone and gave it the weight to be real. The pack was mine and I was theirs, so long as I lived. I nodded, his palm grazing my cheek. Thank you. He pulled away slowly like he always did, and handed me my bow and quiver from his shoulder. If they're in there,
then we'll get them out. One step at a time, though.
I secured my bow and quiver, one over each shoulder for balance, and then made sure Sasha was bundled down in my coat, with a sliver of space for her to see through. But if they are in there, why is everyone I loved trapped inside a brothel, or being sold as a slave at a town hall?
They can be mean, savage places where it's easy to take someone's control away from them. Opium, liquor, sex can all be used as weapons.
To make Gibby and Shy susceptible to that, though. I shook my head and forced myself to breathe. This place should have burned.
Knowing Grady, if he's inside, he's probably working on that right now. Come on.
Thomas entered first, his hood fully drawn, effectively hiding the lump in my coat. I followed, my nerves bunched in knots. From the sound of it, no one seemed to stop what they were doing. A good sign. I would take all the good signs I could get. Twin fires crackled from the left wall and stifled the air with sweat and heat. Too much of it. Along the back wall, the door that had been propped open by the retching man was now shut. We made our way through the tables and around laughing, swaying couples toward the bar on the right. When we sat, my fingers found the worn grooves in the wood in front of me, and from the feel of the rough-etched loops, the slight creak of my stool, I was certain I was sitting in the same place I had been the last time I'd been here.
"Cold son of a bitch out there, isn't it?"
An older man asked from behind the bar. Thomas said in agreement.
"On my way in here, I swear I saw a black cat."
One thing about Thomas, he got right to the point.
"Wrong kind of pussy round here. I don't know anything about no cat. Are you thirsty or what? Seems you don't need a woman, since you brought your own."
"We're also looking for a man," I said.
"A man with a limp,"
Thomas filled in.
"One-toed toddy. He's upstairs working."
"He doesn't work here," I said through gritted teeth. The man spread his hands out on the bar top.
"I thought you were looking for a cat."
In a blink, Thomas had snatched him by the collar, squeezing the sweater tightly around the man's neck, and dragged him to eye level, his face unnervingly blank. The barkeep gasped and turned red, trying to pry Thomas's fingers off but not getting anywhere.
"Listen to me close,"
Thomas said, his voice deadly grace.
"Stop talking in circles. Answer our questions with the truth. That's your only option."
When he released him, the barkeep choked and sputtered.
Upstairs."
With a nod, Thomas laid down a coin from his coat on the bar as he stood.
"For your trouble."
When we were several feet away and moving toward the brothel's rear, I muttered, "Why pay him?"
"He's just doing his job."
"I wouldn't have paid him."
"He has a family. There was a photo of them behind the bar. 4 more mouths to feed."
"You felt sorry for him." He took my elbow as he glanced down at me.
"I saw you in him. He's human. Like you, he didn't ask to be a part of this."
"Oh," I muttered. "You have a real talent for changing my mind."
"Same goes for me."
He took my hand and weaved his fingers through mine.
"Stay close."
I pressed a smile into my fur collar, my blood singing at his thoughtfulness, both toward me and the barkeep. Before I'd met him, I'd never given much thought to what Thomas or any alpha would be like. He was compassionate, while at the same time scary as hell. A rare mix, but excellent qualities to have in a leader. Unlike the town hall in Margin, the upstairs here was deadly quiet and forked right and straight ahead. "If Grady's here, at least we'll be able to hear him," I whispered.
"The guy's had 1 volume since he was born."
Thomas angled us toward the right hallway. "You too, I bet." Inside my coat, Sasha sniffed, then stiffened. I crossed my arms over her, frowning. Thomas inhaled like he was about to say something, but ahead about 8 feet, silk fabric rustled, followed by the snick of a door. A blonde woman stood outside, her hair hiding her face as she stuck a long key in the door and turned it. When she looked up at us, her eyes widened, and her skirt sighed as she hid the key behind her back. We stopped, Thomas blocking my body with his, but I leaned around him to let her gaze scour my face. I knew her, knew the scent of peonies suffusing the air. "Who's in the room?" I demanded. "Last time I saw you, you were stealing a bottle of my best whiskey and my favorite coat." As soon as she spoke with that smoky, sultry voice, I knew I was right. She was the woman who'd mocked me, had offered to hire me to work here. I'd kept Sasha completely hidden when I'd come here before, but she fit how I'd imagined her. Beautiful, even her hard, accusatory stare and pinched mouth. I didn't come to return the coat, I said. What's in the room? Business. We are in a brothel, after all. I was making sure my customers are happy. Her blue eyes flickered toward Thomas and lingered on his broad shoulders, his height, the whole sensual package, other than his hidden face. Just like I would do for brand new customers. My gut burned and Thomas tightened his grip on my hand as if he could hear me boiling.
Where's the black cat? And the man who limps?
He demanded. I fingered my bow, bringing her attention back to me, since she knew exactly what I could do with it if she lied. Or even if she told the truth. Human or no, my compassion was fickle sometimes. She loosed a long, resolved sigh. They're down this hall. The little girl was sick when they arrived. Fever and chills that turned into a persistent cough. We started to slip past her, but she held up her hand. I won't try to stop you, but you should know Faust is here.
Where?
Thomas growled, and it felt like thunder rolling down my back. The second door on the left, down that other hallway, she said, pointing. He doesn't know your friends are here.
Let's keep it that way,
Thomas muttered. And Lager? I asked. Is he here? She shook her head. Haven't seen him. Thomas guided me forward. Hey, the woman called, rapping twice on the wall for our attention. We turned. A perfect smile curled her painted lips. The coat looks better on you. I nodded my thanks once, and we continued down the end of the hall while her dress rustled toward the stairs, her steps quick as a cat's.
See if Gibby and Shy are ready for travel,
Thomas told me.
I'll explain everything that's happened to Grady.
Got it. So much had happened since we'd last seen him. My heart stumbled at the thought of seeing him again, and broke simultaneously at the idea of him learning about Archer. Thomas lifted his hand to knock as we neared their door, but unease iced down my back. Before I knew why, I lunged for his fist and wrapped it in my palms to stop him. No, was all I breathed, barely a whisper as I turned back down the hallway. I couldn't hear a thing from inside the room, not even Grady. Sasha wasn't reacting excitedly to Grady's nearness. At all. She fought with all her little might to get away. The woman had left us too fast. Her rap on the wall. That had been a signal. We had just been tricked. All these truths collided in my head too quickly to voice, but Thomas seemed to realize them too, as he lowered his hand, his wide gaze sealed to my face. Too late. We were too late. Because gunfire pelted the wood in front of us, a door made of bullets and split seconds. Chapter 9. I swam through blind panic in my haste to get away, get Sasha away. But time had slowed to a crawl. I couldn't think, and I couldn't outrun a bullet in time. Thomas crashed into me and locked his arms around me and Sasha in a protective cocoon. He jerked and the coppery scent of blood filled the air. He'd been hit. "Run!" he shouted as he shoved us away. His forearms slammed into my back as he reached into his coat and brought out his gun, already swiveling toward the door. The gunfire ceased, and not a second afterward, Thomas kicked the door down. There were shouts. Chaos. My thoughts scrambled round and round as I raced down the hallway toward the stairs. That blonde woman had set a trap for us, had lured us with compliments and false promises. But how much of her lies had been partly true? "Grady!" I yelled over the clamor behind me. "Grady!" No answer. Was he even here? I reached the bend in the hallway and faced Sasha toward the one we hadn't gone down, where the woman had told us Faust was. One door juddered hard as if it had been locked from the outside with a key. From inside, muffled shouts and the scrape of wood sounded. Grady. As if to confirm it, Sasha wriggled free of my coat and yipped right in my ear. Another muffled shout came from inside, a growled mix of frustration and hope. It came from the second door on the left. The woman had told us where both Faust and Grady were, but had switched the rooms. Not an accident, not even a little bit. Faust had probably paid her well. I hauled toward the door and slammed my fists against it, tried the knob, swept my boot back, and kicked. "Grady!" An answering growl sounded behind it, and it triggered Sasha into a meltdown. She squirmed so hard that half her body soon dangled out of my coat, and her loud whimpers warred with my clanging heartbeat. It was him in there. It had to be. "Hush! Hush!" I wrestled her back into my coat and rested my hand against the door to ground myself. "Wait for me, Grady." The door stopped vibrating. He'd heard me. He trusted me to get him out. My mind raced as I made my way to the stairwell entry, then gazed left down the other hallway. Eerie quiet thickened the air. The door to the room at the end of the hall leaned against the opposite wall, completely torn from its hinges and riddled with bullet holes. I didn't know where Thomas had gone, whether there was another stairwell, whether he'd been shot one too many times. "Thomas?" I tried, but my breaths were too shallow to speak. If he were in there, dead, if someone else was lurking inside, waiting for someone else to pick off... No, I had to get Grady out first. It sickened me to not go check, but I took the stairs. I knew exactly where Grady was, so I'd focus on him first. Thomas could take care of himself. He always had. As soon as I stepped off the stairs and turned the corner, I skidded to a stop. The piano had stopped, and the men formed a wall between me and the women behind them. Several had weapons, all aimed at me.
"Drop the bow and your arrows,"
one of them ordered, his voice steady, his grip on his gun even steadier. I couldn't tell if he was human or not, but if he were a wolf shifter, I had a feeling I'd be dead by now. I took a slow breath and didn't move a muscle. "My friend is being held against his will upstairs. That gunfire you heard? That was people shooting at me and the man I came in here with."
"Your bow. Your arrows."
His weapon clicked.
"Now."
And then what? Not me walking out of here with Grady and Thomas. It was me against a brothel full of people, pissed that I'd disturbed their night. The odds were stacked against me. "Okay," I said, even though it was anything but. I moved my hand slowly toward my bow and quiver slung over my shoulder. "They're mean, savage places, where it's easy to take someone's control away from them," Thomas had said about brothels and slave auctions. That would happen to me as soon as I was unarmed. No control, surrounded by people who would love to see me dead. Every slow inch I dragged off my bow and quiver clenched my chest. "Watch her, Aaron," the chestnut-haired woman behind him whispered. "I recognized her when she walked in. She admitted to shooting that man's finger off. She's dangerous. I was, but soon I wouldn't be. Wait, the poison in my pocket. As soon as I dropped my bow and arrows, I could... 2 men lunged forward and yanked my weapons away from me.
"You're taking too damn long,"
one of them shouted into my face.
"What are you doing, planning something?"
Yes, I was, but now the timing was all wrong. The crowd pressed in like vultures from all sides. The chestnut-haired woman nudged the man out of the way, a smirk on her face that dripped into her voice.
"What are you hiding in Misa's coat you stole?"
She stepped forward, brave now that she thought me defenseless, and ripped open my coat at the collar. "No!" I screamed. Sasha tumbled free, and the group gasped as they shrank away from her. But as a cornered wolf, as a very good girl, she lashed out at the nearest stranger, the woman who'd torn my coat. Sasha dove for her ankles, and the woman shouted in pain. Then Sasha zipped sideways, dodging between several legs toward the stairs.
"After it!"
a man shouted. "Don't you dare!" I shot back. I threw myself toward her, but a wall of people blocked my way. Feet thundered after her. As soon as Sasha spotted the stairs incline in front of her, our shared vision blinked out. A desperate shudder trembled down my spine. Now I was truly blind and alone. My wolf pup was in danger, my wolves were in danger, and it was up to me to get them out.
"What else are you hiding in that coat of yours?"
the woman asked me. Too many hands grabbed it and yanked. "Stop it! Get away from me!" The thick fabric pulled and ripped as I tried to keep it around me. Tried to wrestle my hands into my pockets. If this coat were taken from me, I'd only have my threadbare one for winter and no poison. Then I would have truly lost everything. My pulse raged between my ears. Tears scorched my eyes. If I drew their attention to the poison now, they'd probably make me drink it. They'd find it themselves any second. The door burst open. Gunfire crashed into the ceiling, making everyone jump and freeze, including me.
"Guns on the floor!"
a feminine voice barked. "Kick them over to me. Now!" Shy. I'd recognize that strange accent anywhere. They did as she said without question.
"Nobody move. Not even an inhale,"
Shy ordered.
"Except you, of course, Aika. I do believe that's your bow and arrows on the bar top to your left."
I could have kissed her, I was so grateful. "Where have you been?" My voice wobbled some as I pulled my coat tight around me. Still, I felt too bare, too vulnerable, and not because the buttons had been ripped free. "Climbing down from my window after I discovered the door was locked from the inside," she said casually. "You?" I skated my hands over the grainy wood, my fingertips eventually finding the comfort of my weapons. "Here and there. How's Gibby?" "She'll be fine. You'll find what you're looking for upstairs, and not one single person will follow. But since most things here are locked, you'll need a key." "Thank you, Shy." "Any time." No one was coming downstairs with Sasha, either because they'd heard the gunshots down here or they couldn't find her. I prayed with all my might that she'd hidden like I'd told her to in these types of situations, and hidden well. I knocked an arrow and then swept my aim over every single person here. Much to their credit, the crowd stood frozen. Nobody moved. Before I spoke, I tried to control my breathing, tried to make myself appear like they hadn't rattled me a bit, tried to make my point as sharp as possible. "Where's the woman who runs this place? Misa, is that her name?" No one said a word. So I released an arrow right over their heads, heard it whistle through the air and hit the back wall with a loud twang. "The next one goes through someone's forehead," I spat. "Don't make me ask twice." Still by the door, Shy chuckled.
"Oh, they won't. You've scared them too good."
A man to my right hissed through his teeth. Clearly not pleased 2 women had gotten the better of him.
"There's a trapdoor behind the bar and underneath the rug."
Shy shifted toward me with a question on her breath. I got it. With the rage brimming underneath my flesh, there would be no more missteps, working eyes or no.
"We'll just hang out up here until you come back, then,"
Shy said.
"Don't hurt her,"
an old man's voice called from the back of the room, weak and trembling.
"Misa's the light of what's left of this town. She'd never hurt no one."
"Wrong," I snapped, and the word echoed across the room. My mouth opened and closed to spew more. My whole being shook with the need to prove him wrong, but there was no time. Besides, no one cared. No matter what I said or did, I'd drawn myself as the villain in this town. So, might as well keep playing the part. Relying on memory and what the ends of my lowered bow bumped into, I rounded to the back of the bar, empty except for me. Maybe the barkeep was through the trapdoor too. As fast as I could, I flipped back the rug and felt for a latch. Unlocked. No key required. I opened the door with barely a squeak. Damp, dusty air wafted out, and a square-shaped hole with a ladder met my seeking foot. I had no idea what else, or who, was down there. Something clunked on the bar top.
"Take a gun," Shy whispered. "You say the word, and I'll hurt these people outside. Block the door and help you. Hell, I'll go down there for you."
I slid the gun toward me and pocketed it, even though I'd never felt natural around guns. Yes, they rang my ears when I relied so much on my hearing, but they were also such cold, impersonal things that my sense of touch recoiled from. No. Maybe I had something more to prove. A confident villain with a foolproof plan, I supposed. A blind girl who didn't need eyes to find what she was looking for. I needed to be the one to make the point, though, loud and clear, so no one ever forgot. I lowered myself toward the ladder. But when my foot hit solid earth beneath the trap door, I nearly scrambled back up. Confident women didn't need to make points, did they? Confident women knew when they needed help. We were on a time crunch, though, and as much as I trusted Shy, I didn't trust the others. In here, she had an excellent view of the stairs, of anyone who might come down them, namely Faust. She'd stop him if he did. My ears burned as I took a step forward, knocking another arrow and pulling it halfway back. My feet whispered over earth that had a slight give and pulled a little at my boots. The air tasted like old, spilled wine, sour and musty. I counted my steps as I went, feeling, listening, smelling. A faint whiff of peonies drifted on the stale air. "Give me the key!" My voice, clear and demanding, slashed the silence apart. From the echo, I guessed there wasn't much down here. It felt wide open, bearing me completely, and with nothing to dodge behind for cover. Something rustled from deeper within the basement and off to the right, a sound like whispering fabric. I kept straight and blanked my face of anything but rage, so I wouldn't let on I'd heard. Was Misa armed? Was she aiming a cocked gun at my head as I neared? "Did Faust pay you to signal him and his men if we arrived?" Someone exhaled, from behind me near the ladder, slow so as not to stir the air much at all. Not Misa. I would have heard her dress slip past me. We weren't alone down here. My heart stumbled and my steps hesitated. I was surrounded by the unknown, an easy target to pick off. And if there were at least 2 snakes down in this pit, there could be even more. "Is his payment going to be worth your life?" I continued. I'd almost made it to where I'd heard her dress. She must be close, watching with as much intensity as I listened. Something whistled close to my head. I ducked. Strands of my hair breezed across my face, carrying the scent of sweet peonies directly from the right. Before another swing to my skull, I lunged sideways, shoulder first. It buried into soft fabric and curvy flesh, straight into her chest from the feel of it. She slammed backward into a wall, and my momentum pinned her there. Whatever weapon she'd had clattered against the wall as it fell. Metal on wood. A gun, probably. "Who else is down here?" I crushed my forearm against her throat, my ears prickling for anything creeping up behind me. "No one," she sputtered. "I'm blind, not stupid," I said, recalling exactly what I'd said to Lager before I shot his finger off. The steps on the ladder clattered as someone ran up them. Not Faust. He'd never run from a captured mouse, even if she didn't stay captured for very long. "No one is down here anymore." Raw defeat edged her voice, and then turned poisonous a half-second later. "Faust would have killed me if I hadn't done it." "Where is he now?" "Gone. He left here in a hurry after you arrived and headed northwest." I wasn't so sure I believed her, but I pictured the map Grady had stolen when we were here last. There had been 3 circles drawn in the northwest corner. I didn't know what they meant, but they had to mean something. "You don't know what it's like," Misa said softly. "So tell me." A long pause, as if that wasn't quite the reaction she expected. "Every time he comes here, he threatens me. Threatens my employees and customers, and expects all of us to fall in line like obedient puppies. If we don't," she sighed, and her dress did too. "He had a favorite girl here once, but she saw through him and avoided him. She was my niece, like a daughter to me. I tried everything to keep him away from her, but she ran away to Margin and sold herself as a slave just to rid him out of her life. I paid her well, and even money wasn't enough to keep her here. She was given away for free, like that could ever be someone's worth. And she became his slave. When he was done with her, he gave her to one of his men." She swallowed loudly. "She didn't just die. She was tortured. By Gabriel. You know him? I'll meet him soon enough. Careful when you do," she warned. "Faust plays. Gabriel eats." My stomach churned. From what it sounded like, Thomas had given Gabriel a literal taste of his own medicine. But would that be enough to render Gabriel useless, since he now had Archer? "From what I know of Lager," Misa continued, "he takes, and I hunt." She studied me for a moment as if deciding something. Then, "I have the master key to the rooms, but you'll need a separate key that's inside Faust's room to free your man. His room is the room you saw me lock." She dropped the key into my waiting palm, which was surprisingly heavy. Was this another trap she was leading me into? Or was she genuinely trying to help? She seemed to hate Faust almost as much as I did, though, and with him not here, she wasn't under his thumb. "Thanks." I started to turn toward the ladder. I'm sorry the world is like this for us women. Hard, cold, abusive, and monumentally unfair. If you make your point sharp enough, it doesn't have to be." I pocketed the key, and when it clinked against the jar of poison, an idea struck. You have wine down here. So? Is there enough for all of Faust's men? Of course. Is there someone who can deliver it to them? Like as a gift? You said he headed northwest. The words rushed out as the plan took root. He couldn't have gotten too far, so it just might work. I can find someone. Why? So I can make my point sharper. Just don't let the delivery leave before I do. I hurried toward the ladder, and at my 16th step, I reached out and placed my hand on one of the ladder's rungs directly in front of my face. Thank you for the coat. It helped keep me alive. You're welcome. I'll get your wine ready. She didn't follow as I made my way up, didn't protest as I shut the trap door but left it unlocked and covered it once again with the heavy rug. Maybe she realized we were more alike than different, both of us born into a cruel world that had cast us aside because of our genders. Survival had become a chore, but we'd done the best we could with what we had. Until the day came when I had nothing, and now I would scream the loudest until my point was heard. Everything okay? Shy asked from in front of the bar. As soon as I stood, agitated murmurs filled the room. Never better.
You killed her, didn't you?
The old man yelled.
Didn't you?
Without a word, I hooked the key out from my pocket and let it swing at my side as I strode past them. The man began to blubber, and his pain slashed my heart in two. This wasn't who I'd set out to be. But if it made people fear me enough to stay out of my way, then so be it. Don't be too long or I'll start to worry, Shy called after me. No need. I started for the stairs, and as soon as I was out of sight behind the wall, I barreled up them as fast as I could, 2 steps at a time. Soon the sound of Sasha's cries made that 3 steps at a time. If someone had heard her, they didn't care. Most were downstairs anyway, but if those who had chased her upstairs had done something to her... Panic bit at my heels as I pocketed the key again and knocked an arrow. At the top, I faced the hall straight ahead, but her cries came from the right. She scratched at a door and whimpered, and the instant my vision became hers, her cries grew more desperate. Are you all right? I rushed toward her and knelt while she tried to dig underneath the door. Faust's door. She'd been wriggling to get out of my coat earlier up here, though much, much quieter than now. Probably because she'd sensed something then, too. Ronan, I breathed. You smell Ronan. My throat knotted as I scooped Sasha up. My chest ached at how deeply my little girl missed her sister. It destroyed me every time we'd been so close to getting her back, and failed, over and over. Look, I said, my voice cracking as I traded my bow and arrow for the key. We'll get Grady and Thomas back for you, and they'll help us get Ronan and Archer back too. You know they will. She calmed a little, but not much. With her help, I closed the distance between the lock and the key, then stopped. Was this another trap? Another ambush? Another lie? I strained to hear anything beyond my wild heartbeat and Sasha's pitiful whimpers, but there was nothing else. I set her down behind me just in case. Then I unlocked the door. It swung open silently, and an array of scents wafted out. Wet fur, sex, blood, opium smoke, and moonshine. Sasha waddled between my legs and peeked out from underneath my coat. The room was a disaster. Chairs with missing legs lay on their sides, the bed was stripped, the sheets bloody and wadded in the corner, and moonshine jars, Baba's jars, dripping what was left of their contents onto the wooden floor. Whatever had happened in here, it sure looked as though Faust had been in a struggle and hurt. Or Ronan. Oh God, not Ronan. Sasha's gaze returned again and again to the blood. If he'd hurt Ronan. Sasha released a pained whimper. My heart breaking with each slam, I picked her up again and pushed the door closed behind me. Hush, Sasha. Hush, I whispered into the top of her head. Bile skated over my tongue, but I forced it back down. Even if Ronan were hurt, Faust needed her alive to find the Ruby Caves. He'd do everything in his power to keep her alive. He would, even someone as monstrous as he was. Help me find the key, sweet girl, and we'll get out of here faster. She went limp in my arms as she so often did with my continuous kisses, her gaze steady on the bloody sheets. I couldn't tell if she was calming down or giving up, though, since she knew more with her wolf senses than I did. My eyes burned as I turned her away. My determination stumbled, but I squared my shoulders and vowed I'd keep it together for her sake. For all our sakes. I followed Sasha's eyes toward a small table in the corner, miraculously still standing with an empty water pitcher and 2 glasses. No key. What if Faust had taken it with him? Turning slowly, I scanned everything while still kissing Sasha to keep her calm, but sped past the bloody sheets. My stomach jolted at the same time Sasha whipped her head to the pile in the corner again. There, something metal caught the candlelight from the wall, just the tip of something that didn't belong. I lunged forward and whipped the sheets to the side. The key, wet with fresh blood. What if I had this all wrong and it was Grady's blood? My nerves squirming at the thought, I picked the key up and pocketed it. My fingers came away sticky, a familiar feeling since they'd been covered in wolf shifter blood all too often. Absently, I wiped them down my coat as I crossed to the door, my feet leaden. I'd been so eager to rescue Grady, but now I dreaded what I'd find. Something clicked. The door. Someone was coming inside. Shit! I hadn't locked the door after me. The door cracked open. Dread sealed my lungs closed as the door opened wider. I spun behind it. As I did, my bow and quiver slipped off my shoulders, but I caught them before they exploded noise through the room. My back hit the wall as the door opened farther. Slow, heavy footsteps entered the room. I didn't dare move. I clutched Sasha so tightly to my chest my arms ached. She stayed motionless, quiet, and peered between my fingers. Then we saw him. He strode into the room past the open door and stopped, looking around the ransacked room. Dark, scruffy beard half hidden underneath a red scarf tied around his neck. A beaked nose, a large mole on top of his right eyebrow. I'd committed him to memory when he'd thrown Sasha at me in Faust's game of catch, kill, release. Blood roared beneath my flesh in blistering waves. Vengeance chewed through my veins until I shook with the urge to end him right here. Instead, I waited. He was looking for something. The key? What did he plan to do with it if he found it? Get Grady and take him to Faust? Misa said Faust had left in a hurry, so maybe he'd sent someone back for Grady. The man strode forward to the small table, same as I had, and while his back was turned, I silently lowered Sasha to the floor and drew an arrow from my quiver. Whether I killed him or not, he'd find out soon enough I was here. After a moment's study, he swept the pitcher and 2 glasses from the table, sending them crashing into the wall. After the final broken piece hailed down, I slammed the door closed behind me and knocked my arrow, aiming at his throat. He whirled, a scowl carved into his face. "If you're looking for the key, you won't find it," I said evenly.
"Give it to me."
He took a step forward, but that's as far as he went. At the last moment, I lowered my aim and released the arrow, almost right between his legs, close enough to make my point. His eyes widened. He sucked in a loud breath as he blinked downward, and then he released all the air from his lungs in a scream. As I knocked another arrow, I stormed toward him, my shouts already clawing up my throat. "Sasha, the wolf pup you threw was one of your pack. Even if you could breed, you don't deserve to after throwing her like that." He sank to his knees in front of me, in pain, for forgiveness, and screamed again. I ignored him. "You might be wondering if that's a poisoned arrow. Maybe it isn't. Or maybe I doused it with a poison that kills slowly, but most definitely. I really can't remember." Lies. I hadn't poisoned anything. Yet. I backed out of there, leaving him there bleeding next to the already soiled sheets. Misa, or whoever cleaned this room, would have one hell of a hard time. As I shut the door behind me, his shouts turned to pleas. I hardened my heart even more. He deserved no kindness, not even the slightest. Yet I rushed down the hall to get out of here faster so someone might help him. And to get to my favorite moody shifter. The key fumbled from my fingers twice. Sasha tried to leap out of my arms, she was so fidgety. Finally, the unlocked door creaked open. I hadn't prepared myself. I hadn't prepared for what I might find on the other side. But nothing could have prepared me for this. Grady, bound to a chair and wearing only pants and one boot, and grinning from ear to ear around the wide strip of chains stuffed in his mouth. "Oh," was all I could say. Sasha launched herself into his lap and attacked his face with kisses. He laughed, the sound muffled, until tears sparkled down his cheeks. I crossed toward them, my movements dreamlike, hardly able to believe he was really here. The muscles in his bare arms strained behind him so much the veins popped out under his skin. The shadows underneath his gunmetal eyes darkened them to coal. His short hair had grown some in the 2 weeks since I'd seen him, and he looked thinner, sharper. No blood, no wounds or bruises. All of this I saw in an instant, and the relief at seeing him again swelled my heart to near bursting. He tried to say. A rush of emotions toppled down on top of me and buckled my knees in front of him. "I couldn't. We tried." I shook my head, having no idea what I was trying to say because there was too much. His smile, rare as it was, never faded as he gazed down at me and nodded. It would all be okay. Because my grouchy wolf was okay. Quickly, I fished out the key I'd taken from Faust's room and followed the intricate design of the chains behind the chair that ended in cuffs at his hands and feet. With 2 turns of the key, I set him free. The chains clanked to the floor as he stood, turned, and swept me off my feet, one arm still cradling Sasha. I wrapped my arms around his neck, burying my tears in his chest, and I never planned on letting go. He still smelled the same, like almonds, like home. I choked off. "I thought I would never see you again."
"I'm here,"
he said softly.
"I'm not going anywhere without you."
"We went to Shai's neighbor's cabin, but where were you?"
"We never made it. When we finally outran Faust's wolves, someone started shooting at us."
"The rogue hunters?" A nod.
"We went north, thinking we could get to our old cabin, but Gibby got sick, violently sick. And then came the fever. We had to stop here."
He smoothed his hand down the back of my hair.
"I didn't want to, and I swear to you I didn't touch any of the women."
My laugh tripped out. It never even crossed my mind. His exhale breezed past my cheek, and we held each other tighter, just existing in our reunion for a little longer.
"Who's screaming?"
he finally asked. He was coming back for you. One of Faust's shifters, the one who threw Sasha. He wrenched away from me and stared down at the wolf pup in horror.
"What?"
I stiffened. He didn't know about the game of catch, kill, release I'd been backed into. He didn't know about Archer. After we separated, my mouth moved, but no sounds came out. He and Archer were like brothers, and though they often bickered, their protectiveness toward each other was impenetrable. I'd realized that right from the start at the cabin when Archer had been bitten by a wolf, and again when we hadn't been able to rescue Ronan from Old Man's den. My gut spun in turmoil, and I spat the bitter words off my tongue. Faust took Archer. A muscle shuddered in his jaw as he blinked down at Sasha, who gazed back adoringly.
"How long?"
he rasped. 2 weeks. He was the one I chose to be released.
"Then who did you kill?"
Me, Thomas said from the doorway, and my heart lurched at the sight of him. Blood tracked down one arm from a hole in his coat, completely covered his hand, and streamed to the floor.
"With a poison arrow. This woman has as many tricks up her sleeves as Archer does. It wasn't really poison." "And you're not really dead."
Grady's smile grew wider.
"Good thing you catch on quick,"
Thomas said, and his powerful gaze flicked to me.
"Time to get Shy and Gibby and go."
"Did you see Ronan before?" I asked. The blood in Faust's room."
"I didn't see her, but I saw what was left behind,"
he answered.
"Faust was long gone after I dealt with the 6 shifters who shot at us."
It took a moment for my mind to dissect everything he'd just said. 6? Wait, what was left behind?
"Ronan must have gone on a warpath."
He tilted his head in the direction of the wailing man and lifted his eyebrows.
"I found a severed finger with Faust's ring lying in the room his shifters were hiding in."
Grady chuckled.
"Damn, she took a lesson from you, Aika."
That a girl. Wolf by wolf, piece by piece, we'd take down all our enemies until there was nothing left but us. Sasha yipped and licked Grady's face. He grinned down at her and kissed her on the nose.
"Grady, find your other boot and a shirt," Thomas ordered. "I know where Gibby and Ribbons are, but no sign of Shy."
"She's downstairs keeping the humans at bay. But before we leave, there's a wine delivery about to head out to Faust and his men." I pulled out the jar of poison from my pocket. "What do you say we make this disappear first?"
"That'll wipe some of them out before the others catch on."
Grady strode toward me, cupped my chin, and kissed me roughly.
"It's a good thing you're one of us. I'd hate to be on your bad side."
Chapter 10. Did you see him? As soon as we left Old Man's den and were in the relative safety of the slip-joint forest, that was the first question out of Shy's mouth. We rode in the back of her carriage, with Grady and Thomas driving it. Gibby lay bundled in Shy's arms, still a little feverish but asleep, with Ribbons purring softly on her stomach. Sasha leaned her head against my chest, watching them through sleepy eyes. "No." The darkness in the back of the carriage shadowed my face, and hopefully hid my lie as well. "We haven't seen him." I couldn't bear to tell her about seeing Lager smiling at the prospect of selling slaves at Margin's town hall, or that he'd slammed the butt of his gun into Lee's head. She was so blinded toward him she wouldn't believe me anyway. "The worry will eat him up when he sees our cabin and can't find us at the neighbor's." She looked down at her daughter and smoothed her hand over her forehead. Her blonde hair cascaded around her shoulders and shimmered with fresh snowfall. I wish I could send word to him that we're okay. He'll find us. Or we'd find him. Misa had said she hadn't seen Lager, but the slip-joint pack had said he'd been heading toward Old Man's den. So where was he? He'd come straight for Faust when he found his family gone, my body at his destroyed cabin, and the warning carved into the trees. If we kept tracking Faust, Lager was sure to show up sometime. Shy sighed heavily. I'm not sure I want him to find us. It's not safe. Not safe from you, you mean, I said, not so subtly pivoting from Lager. Where did you learn to be so scary and shoot like that? She laughed, a light, carefree sound I hadn't realized I missed. My dad taught me with that gun hanging over your head when I was younger. He told me to strike faster than black moner snakes did, so we could eat them. But it was Grady's crankiness that really rubbed off on me over the last 2 weeks and made me irritated. Slamming doors, stomping around loud enough to crack the world open. She lowered her voice. How do you stand him? I chuckled, my heart swelling for my favorite cranky wolf shifter. You get used to him. Well, I can tell his heart's in the right place. He hated being without you all. It's not been easy for any of us. No, it hasn't, she said, stroking her daughter's cheek. Will Archer be meeting us at the cabin? Gibby would love to see him. I shook my head, my heart clenching. We're not quite as all together as we'd like yet. She sighed, a sound so dejected and lost that it slumped my shoulders. I know how you feel. She loved Lager. Really, truly loved him. His death would devastate her and Gibby, and even though I thought they'd be better off without him, that wasn't for me to say, was it? I'm really glad I met you, Shy. A half-truth, since I blamed myself for ruining her life, and that would be a burden I'd carry for the rest of mine. Her grin was so warm I could feel it before it tinged her voice. I am too. You're an extraordinary woman. Gibby thinks so, and Sasha. And so do the 3 men who look at you like you're the center of their world. I wrapped my arms tighter around Sasha, feeling my warmth build off of hers. The amount of love I felt for my wolves and my family threatened to overwhelm me sometimes. I had nearly all of them back, but I wasn't finished. Not yet. But something I hadn't felt in a long time, something that relieved the tension screwing into my back, relaxed my mouth into a smile. Hope. Grady and Thomas walked through and around our cabin first to make sure it was safe, and once they deemed it was, it felt like I was stepping inside my home. I had so many memories about this place. Some good, some bad, all life-changing. The books we'd left behind were still in the bookshelf next to the door, and the place still smelled the same, like caramel and wood smoke and almonds, like Archer and Grady. Thomas and Grady got busy starting fires in the living room and 2 bedrooms while I helped Shy settle Gibby and Ribbons into the room across the hall from my old one. Later, Grady's loud limp sounded from the living room.
I don't know where the med kit is, but I'm sure I can find something to sew you up with so you stop bleeding everywhere.
Shit. In all the excitement, I'd almost forgotten Thomas had been shot. Quietly as I could, I stood from the rocking chair in the corner and tiptoed toward the crib, Sasha asleep and nestled into my side. With my free hand outstretched, I found the edge of the crib and laid her down inside. Thomas grunted.
Messing up your cozy cabin, aren't I? How long were you here? Nearly 2 years while I tried to find you. Where were you, Thomas?
Shy turned over on the bed against the wall, her soft snores blending with Gibby's right next to her. I didn't want to stay in here and disturb them, but maybe going to the living room to help wasn't the best idea, since those two had a lot to talk about. I strode to the door, slipped out, and my first step toward my old bedroom creaked right in the middle of Thomas's answer.
Come here, Aika. So you're not going to tell me,
Grady ground out.
I was going to ask Aika to make us both some opiate tea so you'll calm the fuck down while you sew me up.
Thomas growled right back.
Look at yourself, Grady. You think I'm hiding something. Are you?
Grady demanded. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hurried down the hallway toward them. Both of you. I snapped my fingers toward the couch. Sit. They did, and I bustled around the kitchen to collect cups and herbs we hadn't taken with us. With water already heating over the fire, I set 3 steaming cups on the coffee table and settled myself between them on the couch.
What I told you at the church was true,
Thomas said.
I did leave the caves we were all holed up in the morning after Archer killed Brennan. Faust was coming again, and I did lead him away from you. I gave myself over to him, and he handed me over to Gabriel.
Not a word from Grady. Just a slip in his anger vibrating across the room.
For almost 2 years, Gabriel tortured me, but finally I got free. That very day, I heard a gunshot. That happened to be Lager shooting Aika's dad. Gabriel came after me, and I captured him. It was that night he came to see me that I smelled smoke, not from Margin's Row that had already burned, but from Old Man's Den. There, for the slightest second, I thought I also smelled what was left of my wolf pack.
You howled, I said softly. You brought us to you.
And now, Gabriel has Archer.
Grady picked up his cup, gulped down all of his steaming hot tea, and crashed the cup back down on the coffee table. Then he rose and limped down the hallway, every other step a thunderous boom. I winced at his volume and twined my fingers with Thomas's. He took that well.
Better than I expected.
When Grady came back, he slumped down on the other side of Thomas.
We don't have any antiseptic, but we do have fire and thread. That'll have to do.
I stayed where I was, holding Thomas's hand, and he never squeezed or hissed in pain. Maybe he really didn't feel anything. Or after everything he'd been through, he'd simply mastered it. After a while, I dozed and then woke between 2 warm, hard bodies. The one I was pressed up against the most smelled like almonds and was sweeping kisses across my temple. Sighing, I splayed my hand across his chest, right over his heart, and buried my face into his neck.
You realize who you're waking up to this time?
He murmured. Do you? I whispered. I'm not the one who drank his opiate tea in one swallow. I made it strong, too.
Let's see.
He sank his hand down my back to my ass and squeezed.
I'm about 60% sure I know who this belongs to.
I snorted into his neck and then wrapped him up closer. Shy said you nearly drove her crazy.
Yeah.
He sighed, rubbing circles into my back.
I don't do well when I'm separated from my pack, and my girl, or my alpha when I'd just found him again. I was driving myself crazy.
Me too. We'll get Archer back, though. Ronan, too.
I know. It helps that you're here. More than you know.
He lifted my head from his shoulder and kissed me deeply, snagging several breaths and charging my pulse. His tongue stirred me completely awake, and I held to him for more, sliding my right thigh over into his lap. I couldn't control my body. I didn't want to either. After a long while, I awoke on top of Grady, both his arms wrapped around me tight. I was so comfortable, my body so sore in the best way possible, that I didn't want to move, but thirst and hunger beckoned me. Carefully, I unfolded myself from him and wrapped myself in one of the blankets on the bed. When I opened the door, ribbons meowed and wound around my ankles. "What are you doing awake?" I whispered. The floorboards creaked across the hallway in front of Shy's room, a deliberate sound so I'd know he was there.
"They're all awake," Thomas said. "Gibby and Shy are in the bathroom. They're fine."
"Good." I breathed a sigh of relief. "And you?"
"Not as good as you,"
he said, his voice rough and raw. My body flushed with heat. Of course he knew what Grady and I had been doing, but I wouldn't dare apologize for it, or make a move to better cover my bare shoulders. I could feel his powerful gaze on me, stripping me naked no matter what I wore. "And Sasha?"
"Asleep."
I smiled. "You're checking on her?" Silence, except for Sasha's wheeze squeaking from inside the open room, lost in her wolf pup dreams. "She loves to be held and kissed right between the ears, you know? She'll melt in your hands every time." When he didn't say anything, I continued. "Holding her feels pure, like she's collected all the love surrounding her and let it fill her until it seeps out into you."
"She's sleeping."
"She won't care if you hold her. Promise." I wasn't so sure this was right, pushing him like this, but then I remembered what he'd told me, that he felt everything I did times 10. If that were true, or how it could be true, didn't seem to matter, but I said just in case, "It would make me happy if you held her." After a long, long moment, I sensed him move into her room. I drifted in after him. She blinked herself awake slowly and our eyesight joined. Large hands wrapped around her and lifted. We stared up at the scarred lines of Thomas's face and the rigid intensity of his gaze. Sasha yawned, and then Thomas felt it, the power of holding Sasha, and I was lucky enough to witness the second it hit him. His mouth tugged up at one corner, and that single movement had a relaxing ripple effect across the rest of his face.
"You've got your mother's bad breath, too,"
he chuckled then, all raw emotion and heartbreak and happiness, and he didn't even try to hide it. I smiled too, my throat cinching itself shut. Thomas leaned down, his handsome face closing in between her ears. "Told you," I whispered.
"So you did."
He laid Sasha back down, and she curled up in her crib and went back to sleep. "She needs her alpha."
"And you?"
He closed in. Nothing but quiet strength and stealth, and tipped my chin up with his thumb, his fingers stroking my jaw. Our connection sparked, flaming the need I thought Grady had quenched.
"What do you need?"
I found his lips and he met my kiss hungrily, claiming all of me as his own. One tug and the blanket dropped.
"Tell me."
"I need my wolves to be whole again." His lips grazed over my jaw and down to my neck. His hands traced my body like he'd already memorized it.
"Your wolves."
"Yes," I breathed. "My wolves. You are mine and I am yours."
"And you'll join our pack?"
My eyes popped open wide. "What?" His mouth moved back to mine and kissed me, his huge body pressing in closer.
You are ours and we are yours, Aika. You're part of my pack in whatever way you wish.
A human.
There's a first time for everything.
He touched his nose to mine.
You don't have to decide right now.
A click sounded from the bathroom at the end of the hall, as well as Gibby and Shy's voices. I scooped up my blanket and threw it around my shoulders, smiling, my chest near bursting. A part of a wolf pack. A part of something that actually valued me, a blind, illiterate girl that had been cast off a long time ago by her own parents. Yes, I blurted, because that decision had been the easiest one I'd ever had to make.
Yes,
Shy said as she and Gibby entered.
Yes, we're going to rescue Archer tonight. I'll let the slipjoint pack know.
Thomas said simply and left. Gibby squealed in excitement. Shy laughed. Well, no wonder Aika has such a big smile on her face.
Are you nervous?
It was early evening, just minutes before we planned to leave to find Faust, rescue Archer, and hopefully end this war once and for all. Grady and I dressed in my room, having spent most of the day in bed. We'd been whittling more arrows, of course, among other things. No, I answered truthfully, buttoning up a second flannel over the first. Grady stepped closer and nuzzled my ear, his palm flat against my belly.
I was hoping you'd say yes.
And if I do say yes? I leaned into his touch, my blood humming, my pulse racing.
The last time you were nervous, I helped.
We traveled halfway into the next night to get to the place on the map with 3 circles. Only about 5 miles, according to Thomas. Despite the dense forest, moving through it had been a brutal slog. Shy, Gibby, Ribbons, and Sasha had stayed behind, along with the carriage, protected by the entire slip-joint wolf pack, including Jenk, the alpha. They'd be fine. It was us I was worried about. Thomas and I lay on our stomachs on top of a hill, the wind throwing a fresh veil of snow over our eyes with every strong gust. Grady caged me in with his body heat, his chest on my back and his arms slung protectively around my stomach. Thomas stayed close to my side in his wolf form to help block the wind and give me vision. No one said a word. The view in the valley below summed quite a few things up. About 25 tents made from animal skins and fur clustered around a large bonfire in the middle, its smoke winding up past the treetops. 3 caves carved the other side of the valley wall in the same pattern, in the same location as on Grady's map, but I saw no rubies. Where's Archer? I clenched my fist on top of the hard-packed snow, searching for any sign of him.
He'd be far away from the rest, since no one can sleep peacefully with the sounds of torture. But not too far. The noise helps Faust sleep at night.
Grady said into my ear, so I could hear over Winter's raging. He glanced left toward Thomas as if for agreement, but he didn't get anything from the wolf. That was answer enough.
Get Archer and Ronan out, no matter what. The rest will fall into place if it needs to.
Thomas had said before he shifted. So that was the plan. Grady and I scooted partway back down the hill so we wouldn't be spotted while Thomas lay there unmoving, still as death itself as he surveyed the camp below. Hand in hand, Grady and I stood and started sideways across the hill to circle the camp below. Thomas knew the plan. He'd come when he was ready. Still, I kept my eyes open to see what he could see until distance blinked everything out. Shortly after, it clicked back into place, his large body brushing my hip as if he'd magically deposited himself right next to me. What sounded like a shout tore through a break in the wind. The three of us whirled. It had come from behind us, not the camp. Had it been Archer? We waited, listening for more and searching between the billowing snowflakes. After nothing more than the wind, we turned back and kept going. We'd scour the forest to find him, if that was what it took. A moment later, we heard it again, a shout cutting through the wind. I couldn't tell if it was Archer or not, or Logger. We hadn't seen any sign of him, so we didn't know if he was ahead or behind us. The slipjoint pack hadn't seen him either, which was concerning. We also didn't know if my very special order of wine had been delivered or not. So many things were unknown that I felt like I was balancing on an arrow tip's edge. Now I really was nervous. Thomas gave a low chuff toward Grady, who nodded as if it had been a voiced order. Though with Thomas, almost everything was an order.
I'll check it out.
He squeezed my hand and then brought it to Thomas's soft, furry back.
Be safe.
Don't get too close, I told him and turned my face up for a kiss. He obliged, turned and walked away, soon disappearing into the whiteout. Thomas kept going straight, slow at first, since I hesitated to follow. Shouldn't we wait? My chest tightened painfully at the idea of being separated once again, when we'd just found each other. Thomas glanced back at me without breaking stride, and I startled at what we both saw. A frozen, shivering icicle, framed with writhing black moaner snakes for hair. No, we shouldn't wait. We had to get this over as quickly as possible so I wouldn't freeze to death, and so we wouldn't be detected. I followed reluctantly, my ears straining for any more sounds behind us. When we'd circled about halfway around the camp below, Thomas slowed. His hackles rose beneath my fingers as he gazed to our left where the trees thickened. At first I didn't see anything, and then out of the swirling snow, a small, dark cabin appeared. It crouched like a wild, waiting and watching. Archer. Was he in there? So much of him had been stripped away since Faust had played such wicked games. I only hoped there was at least a sliver of him still left. Thomas swished his tail to the bow hanging over my shoulder. A reminder, an order. This was it. The beginning of what we'd prepared for since a human and a wolf pack had joined together. I was ready. In one fluid motion, I readied my bow and nocked an arrow, unpoisoned. We'd dumped almost all the 4-step poison into the wine at the scratching post, and I didn't dare use the rest until I knew exactly what I was shooting at. We drew closer to the cabin, Thomas flush with my hip to guide me through the snow and between the trees. At the door we shared a look. My chest nearly buckled under the pressure of what we'd find on the other side. My nerves stretched thin and frayed as I adjusted my bow to settle my hand on the icy doorknob. What if Archer wasn't here? Why wasn't Grady back yet? I released a breath that steamed all my worries back into my face and breathed them in yet again. Squaring my shoulders, I turned the knob. Thomas slithered in past me, even his claws silent on the wooden floor. Before the door had fully opened, his gaze swept the room, snow-lit around the 3 small windows and shadowy everywhere else. The rotten smell within rolled my stomach and made me recoil in the doorway. When his eyes settled on one spot, my whole body jolted, struck with horror. There, near the back wall and bound to a vertical beam that supported the ceiling, slumped Archer. Naked and shivering, he appeared to be passed out, or had become so lost he wasn't even aware of his surroundings. Bloody welts that looked like bites covered his skin, some fresh, some days old, from the festering stink of infection. My heart spasmed as I stumbled toward him. "Archer," I whispered. 2 sounds came then, one right after the other, neither from Archer. A creak from the far, shadowed corner to the right, and a gunshot from outside. Far away, yet close enough to make me jump. Grady. Oh God, Grady. I didn't hear or think anything else, because in the next moment a pale face floated low to the ground from the corner. It advanced on Thomas on all 4s, wolf-like but human. Thomas growled a vicious warning. The rest of a man emerged, or the broken pieces that remained anyway. Both feet at the ankles were gone, and there was something missing behind his midnight eyes, something that could never be given back. A rational mind. He moved surprisingly fast. Silver shimmered in his hand close to the ground when he passed a window. An axe, I realized, as sharp as his twisted grin.
"You came back to me, Thomas."
Gabriel. Faust's second in command, the one Baba and I used to make our deliveries to in Old Man's Den. I'd never seen him before, but I knew. He was the one who tortured Thomas for almost 2 years. And now, Archer.
"You really shouldn't have come."
The man surged up onto his knees and lunged, lifting his axe high. Chapter 11. Thomas dodged Gabriel's attack. His vision bounced every which way, too fast for me to see even if I wanted to. My limbs trembling, I shouldered my bow and replaced my arrow in my quiver. Then, with my eyes squeezed shut, I rushed toward Archer with my hands out.
"You ruined me, you bastard!"
Gabriel shouted. His fury ricocheted between the walls of the tiny cabin and shrank it even smaller. Over Thomas's vicious growls, steel whistled through the air much too close to my head. Gabriel's axe. I ducked and froze. Every single movement or pause felt like the final assault on my life was just a second away. Raw panic burned down my throat and evaporated my voice to barely a whisper. "Archer. Archer, please." My fingers met flesh, so cold to the touch.
"Why won't you fucking die?"
Gabriel screamed. The fight rounded behind me. Something cracked into the door and split the wood so the wind whipped throughout the room. Then the door burst open and the 2 of them spilled their battle out into the snow. Thomas's idea, no doubt. He was giving me a chance to rescue Archer. "Please, wake up." I slid my fingertips up to his face and then over his head to his wrists tied to the beam. "I'm going to need your help to get you out of here. Archer, it's me. It's your Aika." He stirred, his forehead grazing mine and his long hair feathered across my numb cheeks. He shuddered harder.
"He's here."
"He's not." Mindful of his wounds, I pressed in closer to try to offer what little body heat I could, and to reach higher for the rope around his wrists. Thomas drew him outside.
"Thomas is dead. Remember?"
There wasn't enough blame in his voice for what I deserved, for what I'd put him through for letting him think that. The arrow wasn't poisoned. He's fine. A relieved breath funneled out of him, but then choked off.
"Sasha."
"She's safe and in good hands. I promise." Finally, I found the knot in the rope, but my fingers were so frozen they didn't feel like a part of me anymore. "Can you shift?"
"No."
He rasped, and he sounded so desperate, so filled with rage that a violent tremor ripped through him. I clamped my mouth shut on the why. Gabriel must have done something to him. My heart splintered for him, while my own rage awoke with bared teeth. The knot loosened in my fumbling fingers and then slipped free. With a groan, Archer lowered his arms slowly.
My ankles.
Nodding, I knelt in front of him. Do you think you can walk?
I don't know.
Another full-body shiver.
Where's Grady?
The gunshot from before echoed in my mind. He should have been here by now. Nothing would have kept him away unless... I worked the knot, thankful I had something to angle my face at other than Archer. Tears sprang up and overflowed, but somehow I kept them from my voice. He's on his way.
Aika.
What?
I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Even now I think I'm dead because you're here. Dead. Or almost dead.
It took a long moment for me to find my voice since his words had both shredded me and made me fall in love with him even more. The final knot around his ankles slipped free, and I pulled myself together enough to stand, only to fall apart in front of him. You're not dead. I'm just sorry we couldn't get here sooner. I'm sorry I had to play Faust's stupid game and release you over to him and make you think I'd killed your alpha. I'm so sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for.
He brushed the tears from my cheek, his frigid touch like a shock, but I held his hand there anyway.
Just promise me we'll never be apart ever again.
I promise. Let's get you out of here, I told him. See if you can walk. With a long inhale, he sidestepped and then immediately dropped to the ground with a pained growl. Oh no. I knelt next to him, my mind whirring. I can't carry you.
We'll have to do it,
he grunted, already trying to get his feet underneath him again.
One step at a time.
And get Ronan too? What if Faust was already onto us and was headed toward the cabin? Speed wasn't possible, and without Thomas and Grady, so was my vision. But Archer was right, 1 step at a time. I grasped his wide shoulders to help him up. Is your coat here? Or anything else we can cover you with?
Just that blanket next to the door to your right.
I grabbed the thick fabric, and when I rose to shake it out, my stomach nearly revolted at the smell of vomit wafting from it. Quickly, I wrapped it around Archer's shoulders, and he didn't complain once about the smell, or the fact that he didn't have shoes for outside. I prayed his shifter body heat would help keep him warm, even though he was abnormally cold to the touch. Ronan's likely in the camp in the valley below, I said, leaning him against me.
I'm not saying we can't go get her, but how without Thomas and Grady? I'm not much help and I can't shift for you to see.
They'll come running soon enough. Come on. The determined edge in my voice almost made me believe it. Deep down, though, all my worries were starting to cave in. Archer took one slow step and then another, and soon we hurled ourselves out into the blustery night. Archer guided while I tried to help keep him upright, but my strength was barely enough for one. Too soon he stopped behind a tree close to the valley's edge, I thought. We both slumped against the icy bark to catch our breaths.
There's no easy way down there,
he said over my huffing and puffing.
Not with stealth. If someone's on watch, they'll see us coming.
Do you see anyone on watch?
Whether we see them or not, Faust will have someone on watch.
He sagged a little more against me and his bare feet slid into my boots. I caught him by the blanket just barely and propped him against the tree, pulling the blanket tighter around him. But if he didn't see anyone down in the valley, could they all be dead from drinking the poisoned wine? Or were my hopes just that? Hopes. Such easily breakable things. Then we create a diversion, I started. Archer? He made a retching noise and his knees buckled. He went down, almost taking me with him. Are you all right? Kneeling next to him, I rubbed his back as he coughed and sputtered into the snow. I'd never seen him like this. He had eternal strength, inside and out, and I'd never, ever seen him fall. What had Gabriel done to him?
Ronan,
he said between gasps.
Wait for Thomas or Grady to get her. Something's wrong.
He was ill. That was what was wrong, and with just a blanket and no shoes, it would only get worse. Maybe this wasn't the time to get Ronan back, not when too many things had gone wrong. Were still going wrong. Where were Thomas and Grady? And how could I possibly get Archer somewhere safe and warm by myself? Gabriel's cabin? But what if he came back? I stood and faced the direction we'd come from as if I could see the cabin, but all I saw were bobbing, shapeless nothings. I'm going to leave you with an arrow, I said and winced. We'd promised we'd never be apart again only 10 minutes ago, and here I was already breaking it. Archer heaved a breath.
Absolutely not.
I'm just going to walk back a little bit and see if I can hear Grady or Thomas. Every 10 seconds I want you to tap this against the tree. I won't go so far that I can't hear it.
But Gabriel...
He grabbed my elbow tightly.
Faust could be here any second.
Then I'll know where they are, I told him.
Be careful,
he said, and then he gagged and retched some more. I will. With my bow out in front of me like a walking stick, I crept back toward the cabin. My boots crackled over the snow, but I tried to soften them, and my jagged breaths too. Behind me, Archer tapped the stick. 10 seconds after that, it sounded much farther away than I thought it would be. My nerves seemed to peel away from the rest of my body as I kept going, and then stopped. A brutal thud carried downwind at the side of the cabin, followed by a sharp whine. I sucked in an Arctic breath and held it, my ears straining for more. Thomas? Had that been Thomas? I jerked my head to rid myself of those sounds, but froze. Gabriel might see me, could be looking at me right now as he wiped the blood from his axe. I turned and ran. The end of my bow slammed into tree trunks, but I didn't slow down. Panic raced up the back of my throat and flooded my tongue with a coppery taste. My heartbeat screamed between my ears and echoed all around me. Tap, tap, tap. Somehow I heard it, and I poured on more speed, sliding and tripping over stray roots and stones.
Aika, right here,
Archer whispered from my right.
You wanted a distraction. There it is.
Behind me?
No, there's nothing there. In front of you.
I stopped next to him to listen, my muscles tense and ready to spring as I split my attention between in front and behind me. Gradually, my body's sounds separated from those around me, and then I heard it. Rolling thunder barreled down into the valley from the other side in a rhythmic beat. A horse's gallop. Who? I whispered.
A man, riding too fast.
And he was yelling something unintelligibly. Logger? It could be him. It probably was, since I'd given him something to yell about. But with him down there... Get Archer and Ronan out. No matter what. No one else was in a position to get Ronan except me. Still, this wolf's den could hold 2 enemies. 2 enemies and a blind woman they wouldn't hesitate to kill. If that was Logger, he was as good a distraction as any, though. So was I doing this? Could I end the war I'd helped start? For Archer, Grady, Thomas, Sasha, and Ronan, I would do anything. They'd done so much for me. They'd saved me, and I loved them soul deep, so much it hurt. Reaching out, I found Archer still kneeling. I gripped his shoulder tightly. No one's behind me? You still have the arrow?
No one's there. And yes, I still have it.
He bent double, his breathing ragged, and he hissed in pain. When he could speak again, he rasped,
Why?
The decision solidified inside me and crunched my steps louder through the snow past him.
What are you doing? Wait, Aika!
With my pulse beating into my throat, I didn't wait. The rest of what Archer shouted scattered as my boot teetered over the lip of the valley. The wind helped push me over. I dug in my heels to slow my pace, but the decline sloped sharply and dissolved all control. I clawed at my bow hanging off my shoulder to swing it in front of me at obstacles, but if I smashed into a tree, the bow would explode into splinters. I needed it whole. I needed me whole, too. My feet skidded out from underneath me. I went down hard on my ass, and when I stiffened to try to climb back to my feet, I became nothing but speed as I bulleted down toward a frozen hell. Chapter 12. My feet hit the snowy valley floor, and I slammed to a stop so hard my knees gave out. I went down face first into the biting snow. My back teeth crashed together with my tongue caught between, and blood trickled down my throat and made my doubts taste twice as raw. What if this had been a mistake? Across the valley floor, the sound of thundering hooves stopped.
What did you do?
Lager. He sounded crazed, his words slurred, either from the numbing temperature or a dose of unpoisoned moonshine. My bet was on the temperature. He couldn't see me alive. No one could. And yet I had no idea if I was hidden well enough or not.
What did you do?
I shrugged off my bow and ran my fingers down the length of it to check for cracks or a broken string. All good. Same with my arrows protected in the leather quiver. I drew an arrow and knocked it, then stumbled to my knees, shallowing my breaths to listen. The fire in the middle of the camp crackled, and I was close enough to feel its heat caress feeling back into my face, but not smother it. Other than Lager, I heard no voices, which didn't mean a thing. Everyone could be asleep, but not for long with him shouting. I hauled myself to my feet and used the end of my bow to guide my way forward into the nothingness. Not too far. Not too slow so I'd be spotted. Just far enough, near enough to Ronan wherever she was, so she could give me sight. Until then I was completely on my own. My nerves turned to frost with each step, my gut squirming itself into knots. Where was Lager? What had caused him to go quiet? And where was Faust? One of them could be watching me from afar, and I wouldn't even know it. They'd surely say something, though, since they both thought the world of their own voices. A cruel jab right before they shot me dead. My foot clinked into something, and I froze. After a moment, I tapped it softly with the tip of my bow. A glass bottle. A wine bottle. Still with some in it from the feel. Seconds later, my bow hit something soft lying on the ground. A body. How many of Faust's men had drunk the wine before the others had caught on? How many were still here? Alive. I kept moving. Soon the tip of my bow scraped against ice and jerked me to a stop. Tentatively, I reached out a hand to see what I'd discovered. Something almost vertical and flat, and it had a slight give to it, even though it was covered in snow. A tent, maybe, from what Thomas had shown me before at the top of the valley. The back of a tent, since it was frozen and not facing the fire, which meant I was behind something and hadn't been discovered. Yet. God damn it, will you hurry? You're letting in all the cold air, a familiar voice hissed from the right. I snapped my attention back to my bow and aimed it, my breath trapped in my lungs. That was Faust's wife, Louisa, her voice slightly muffled like from inside of a tent. A tent directly to the right of the one I stood next to. I started to step in that direction, but my heartbeat surged too loud. My footsteps crackled over the snow too loud. I stopped, waiting and listening.
It's that damn son of a bitch out there. No one can hear that shouting but me. Really?
A growl from Faust, just feet away from me. And he had no idea I was stalking toward his tent.
What did he come here for in the middle of the night, screaming his head off for?
He asked.
Watch the pup.
There was a swish of fabric from the front of the tent, and then a muttered, "I always do," from Louisa inside the tent. She was alone with Ronan. If I was fast enough, I could get in and get out with little, or a lot, of bloodshed.
Something on your mind that can't wait till morning, man?
Faust shouted from outside the tent.
You!
Lager spat.
How could you do it? I've done a lot of things. I suppose you'll have to fill me in.
Now was my chance. I tiptoed to the right, my bowless hand outstretched to feel what I couldn't see. My fingers met snowy fur hanging from the top of the tent for insulation. As soon as I lifted the flap, I could see again. I stared back from a face as pale as the fresh snow, clinging to my dark hair. My teeth were bared like that of a wolf's, and I looked like a predator, even to me.
My home! My family!
Lager screamed.
Why?
A rustle to my left. I took aim immediately, and Ronan's gaze shifted at the same time. Red hair tumbled around Louisa's shoulders and half hid the scar slicing one cheek, the one I'd given her in Old Man's Den when we'd first met. She clutched a long white fur coat close to her body, her feet bare on top of a pile of blankets. Ronan was across the tent, huddled in a corner behind a wooden chair, and from her half-closed vision, she was glaring. Faust said something I couldn't hear. "You put poison in the wine," Louisa whispered. "Damn right." My voice held as steady as my arrow. So had I done it? Had I poisoned all of Faust's men?
Did you kill my family too?
Lager demanded. Louisa glanced at the front of the tent. I could scream. But you won't, because you know exactly what will happen.
Now, why would you ask me that?
Faust asked, his tone dipping low. You don't know what it's like, Louisa whispered, blinking hard at Ronan and then me. You're right.
We didn't have anything to do with that bitch,
Lager shouted.
I don't have any idea why she was at my house, and you just destroyed everything. Who's the bitch?
Faust asked.
Are you talking about the little girl, Aika's song, at your house? And you burned the whole fucking thing down because of it!
Lager's shouts drew farther away, as if Faust were advancing on him. I've always wanted children, but this pup can't stand me. Louisa wrapped her arms around herself and shook her head. It's so easy for you. You can breed anywhere because you don't need the magic of the Ruby Caves. You could at any time, too, when you were a part of Thomas's pack, I bit out. But you chose Faust over your own pack. You chose Faust over having pups, and you have to learn to live with that. I didn't know this would happen. You chose murdering nearly everyone you knew for a coward of a man. I fired back.
Why was she at your house, Lager?
Faust demanded.
Sounds an awful lot like you're double-crossing me by working with the little girl poisoner who killed half my pack. No!
Lager screamed, his voice even farther away.
I'm not. I wasn't. I just want to know what you did with my family after you killed that bitch. What I did?
Faust shouted. Louisa's gaze tracked me as I moved toward Ronan. Not having pups of my own is punishment enough, and now you're taking all I have left? She's not yours. She's Sasha's. She's her alpha Uncle Thomas's. She was never a tool to find the Ruby Caves. I picked Ronan up, nearly groaning at how heavy she was. She definitely wasn't a runt like Sasha, and she definitely hated to be held. She squirmed and bucked and clawed and bit. I never treated her like a tool, Louisa said. But Faust sure did, and you never stopped him. Tears trailed down her pretty face. If we don't breed, there is no pack. And the 3 caves here aren't the Ruby Caves, they're nowhere.
What I did was hire the wrong poisoner,
Faust shouted.
Tell me where they are,
Lager screamed. A gunshot outside jerked me around to face the front of the tent. He'd shot him. One enemy or the other, someone had fired. Was one of them dead? And if so, which one was coming for me next? I rushed toward the way I'd come in through the back. Ronan fought me every step of the way, her little jaw snapping at my chin. I hardly noticed when her fangs scraped flesh because footsteps crunched toward the tent. One by one, my nerves snapped. My heartbeat stalled. I couldn't contain Ronan and shoot an arrow at the same time, but we had to get out. I'd promised, and I would not fail. I searched for the right fur along the tent wall to fold back with my free hand. The footsteps drew closer, but if we got out and ran and vanished behind the snowflakes, we wouldn't make it. I'd failed. The front tent flap lifted, and there stood Faust. Licking flames outlined him like a nightmare given wings and glittered over the gun at his side. I backed up to the rear of the tent, my eyes burning from smoke and tears, and the crushing weight of defeat nearly curled me to my knees. Faust's eyes widened on me, then on Ronan in my arms, who growled and tried to lunge for him. His right hand was bandaged right over the pinky finger, the same one I'd taken from Lager.
Aren't you supposed to be dead?
He asked.
Lager swore up and down that I kidnapped his family and already killed you, and yet here you are, in my tent with my pup.
You murdered her mother, your own sister, I said unevenly. He frowned and shook his head.
I didn't murder anyone. If memory serves, you and your pa did that with your poison. Your pa was even the one to pour the poison into the Crimson Forest streams after delivery day.
Because you can't kill. Your own forest rejected you. A cruel imitation of a smile slid across his lips as he raised his gun.
I have no trouble killing that which does not come from the Crimson Forest, though. From as many directions as possible.
His gaze flickered to his wife, and from his look of satisfaction and the prickle up my skin, she was already aiming at the side of my head. Put the pup down, she ordered. I swallowed hard. If I did set Ronan down, nothing would stop them from killing me. Nothing, except Louisa's devotion to protecting Ronan. Maybe Faust, too, since Ronan was the only thing that could help him find the Ruby Caves. Louisa could see fine. Unlike me, she wouldn't fail. She would drop her gun to catch Ronan, and I'd buy myself a little time. I whirled and threw the pup as hard as I could. As soon as she left my arms, I had an arrow knocked and aimed at Faust within seconds. Then, squeezing my eyes closed to block Ronan's vision, I fired. Louisa screamed. Faust's gun shot wild and then dropped. He stumbled forward and kicked it toward me over the tangled blankets, but I didn't immediately grab it. I couldn't. Awful, gurgling sounds bubbled up from his throat and flipped my stomach sideways, and I thought I might be sick. I cracked open my eyes, my ears perked for a little wolf I prayed I hadn't hurt, but all I heard were Louisa's continued screams. From behind me, with Louisa's arms wrapped around Ronan's middle, she was glaring at Faust. I'd shot him through the neck, the arrow buried so deep he couldn't seem to grasp it and pull it out. Blood poured down the front of his brown fur coat and trickled onto the blankets like melted crimson snow. He swayed as he kept coming for me. Or the gun. I prodded it with my boot and then slid it closer before snatching it up and pocketing it. Same with Louisa's by the chair behind me. "You feel it, don't you?" I demanded of Faust. "The poison coursing through your veins, your muscles paralyzing, your pathetic excuse of a life draining away." That hadn't been a poisoned arrow, but he didn't need to know that right now. All he needed was to suffer. With one hand clenched around his bleeding neck, he lifted the other toward me and took a step. 5-step poison that I turned into 4. "So tell me," I waved him forward, "how many steps will it take you?" He took another and then another, gurgling and reaching for me. Louisa kept screaming. Then, silent as snow, a huge, hairy beast burst into the tent, a blur of teeth and claws. It plowed into Faust's back and crashed him into the side of the tent, so half of it caved in all around us. Thomas, snapping, tearing, breaking his brother. For good. Blood splattered and smeared, and I turned away fast, blocking Ronan's vision with my body so I couldn't see. Louisa cowered on the other side of the tent, her screams echoing up into the night. She didn't fight as I took Ronan from her, didn't try to stop us, didn't shift to try to defend her man. She must have known it would have been a losing fight. With Ronan clawing up the side of my neck, I shot out of the collapsing tent through the front flap. My boots slipped in the snow as I started to spin toward the left. Above the screams and growls behind me, a gun clicked about 10 feet away from me. I stopped, and Ronan stared into the eyes of a dead man. Lager gazed back, trembling as he lay in the snow stained with his own blood, his gun aimed straight for Ronan, and my heart just behind her.
"Their family, you cunt,"
he croaked. Dead. I'd sworn I wouldn't kill him, but I didn't promise I wouldn't lie to him to torment him. Maybe it was a stupid thing to say to a man with a gun, but how good a shot could he be as his life drained away around him? "I killed them myself," he screamed in rage. Ronan was already twisting out of my arms when Lager fired. Just as I bent to catch her by the tail, part of the tent wall behind me exploded in a burst of fur where my head had been. Ronan wriggled free and ran off, and as I reached for her, another gunshot thundered. Ronan's eyesight winked out of mine. She'd been running so fast to get away from me, she had to be fine. My whole body numb with shock and cold, I fumbled with another arrow and knocked it. Silence came from the tent. It came from everywhere, sifting over me as thick as the snowfall. Even Lager's rage had gone quiet. "Ronan?" I called weakly. "Thomas?" My vision slid back into place, so I was staring at myself from the opposite direction Ronan had disappeared. Snowy feet padded up next to me, and Thomas's large body pressed against my thigh. I rubbed his head, craving his warmth and comfort, and something wet and sticky coated his fur. "Are you?" I swallowed. "That's Faust's blood? And Gabriel's?" He dipped his head in a nod as he crossed to stand in front of me. "They're dead?" Another nod. "And Lager? I don't know what happened." Thomas flicked his gaze across the narrow valley. Lager lay there, unmoving, his gun arm stretched out in front of him. Behind him, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, a figure with a gun dangling from fingertips that dripped a steady stream of blood, a figure with a scowl I loved to kiss, and a bad limp. "Grady," I whispered. Relief crushed into me hard, and I held to Thomas to keep my feet underneath me. Blood covered Grady's face and gleamed in the firelight. When his gunmetal eyes caught on something to his right, he slowed to a stop, his mouth falling open. Thomas looked too, and there, like magic, stood Archer. He had Ronan bundled up in his blanket with him, and like every female who'd ever known him, she gazed up at him completely mesmerized.
Look who I found."
His voice cracked and he stumbled to his knees with his head bowed over her. So there was something that could bring him to his knees. Love. I staggered toward him, my watery vision swinging between Thomas and Ronan's. Thomas and Grady joined us, and I'd never been surrounded by so much affection and devotion. A pack, once broken, now had a chance to heal, together. It had taken all of us, and a fight to the death, but we'd done it. We'd defeated our enemies. We'd taken back what was ours. I couldn't stop hugging my wolves, and didn't bother to stop the flow of tears. "You're okay?" I sobbed into Archer's shoulder.
"Yeah,"
he rasped, standing us both up shakily.
"Just had to throw up the moonshine cocktail Gabriel forced down me. Some shoes would be nice, though. If there's anything left of Faust, I'm sure he won't argue if you steal his boots."
Grady slapped him on the back, and they both winced. I placed a hand on Grady's shoulder, searching for the bullet hole to help stop the bleeding. My wolves needed patched up, and soon. We needed rest and comfort, rather than constant war and barely surviving. "Thomas," a low, trembling voice said behind us. When we turned, Louisa stood there, her long red hair swirling around her head, and her white fur coat blending with the snow. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry." She swallowed hard. "I left the greatest pack there ever was," she said, her voice catching. "All I ever wanted were pups of my own, but I didn't know it would go this far when I followed Faust. I'm sorry." Hesitantly, she turned as if there were more to say, and then she strode into the snowfall, never to be seen by any of us again. I let out a shuddery breath and dropped my head to Archer's shoulder, placed a bit more pressure on Grady's wound, and wrapped my arm around Thomas's furry back. "The Crimson Forest is yours now, right?" Thomas shifted and stood at his full height, his large black coat whipping behind him. Snow clung to his eyelashes and beard, such a beautiful threat. He hooked his scarred pinky around mine.
"The Crimson Forest is ours now, Aika, including you. What say the rest of you?" "Agreed,"
Archer said, then pressed a kiss to my forehead. Grady gently squeezed my hand tighter to his shoulder.
"Yeah, definitely."
Ronan chose that moment to sneeze. We laughed in relief, in love, but my laugh stopped short. I sucked in a breath and blinked hard, not at all sure what I was seeing. When Ronan had sneezed, her front paws had splayed apart slightly and then contracted again as she continued to be putty in Archer's arms. I reached out for her paw, hoping she'd let me touch her while I borrowed her vision. I spread her toes, and my jaw fell open. Caught between them was a little jagged ruby. Chapter 13.
They're here.
Thomas gently pulled the ruby free from between Ronan's toes and stared at it in his palm.
The ruby caves must be close. Archer, where did you find her? Just over there behind a few of the tents.
Archer angled Ronan so I could see, but there was nothing there but trees cloaked with falling snow. Where he indicated wasn't near the 3 caves at all. I sawed my teeth over my bottom lip. She might have had the ruby stuck in her toes for a while, though, and no one noticed. The caves could still be anywhere, or they could be right there and we just can't see them.
I'm losing too much blood to stay upright for long,
Grady said, his words slurring some. Lean against me, I told him, and Archer, even in his weakened state, circled to Grady's other side.
We'll go see,
Thomas said. After we retrieved Faust's boots and wiped them of blood, Archer put them on, and then we were off. All that had happened tonight had stunned me numb, and I could feel exhaustion settling in. But the promise of the ruby caves drove me onward. How was it that Faust had had a map, had been right next to them, and still hadn't found them? It almost didn't seem possible, but the ruby in Thomas's hand was evidence enough. Archer led us in the right direction, following after his own footprints that were quickly filling up with snow. Then he stopped and pointed up a steep incline crowded with trees, and nothing else.
That's where she was, Archer said. She only came down when I called for her.
Thomas turned to me, a frown on his snow-speckled lips.
You don't see anything other than trees through Ronan. She should be able to see it better than we can, since only females can find the caves.
Just trees, I said. But that doesn't mean the cave's not there. He nodded.
Up we go, then.
We helped each other maneuver the slick incline and the trees' reaching limbs, and then slowly the ground began the change. Still steep and slick in some places, but harder and rockier. My boots gripped much better here and ground the rocks beneath my feet loudly. And they were really rocks, too, according to Ronan's eyes, not rubies. But then, behind the next tree, dipping low to the ground with snow, the whole world became crimson. As one, we gasped and jerked to a stop. We stood in the mouth of a ruby cave, a great arch of jagged, precious stones above our head. Within, they covered every inch from floor to high ceiling. They glimmered and shone with a light of their own and almost appeared to be moving, or beckoning us through the twists and turns deeper into the cave's depths.
It's like it just appeared,
Archer whispered.
Dropped in front of us like.
Awe swelled up inside me and nearly stole my voice. Magic. Thomas turned to me, our grins forming at the exact same time.
Ladies first.
Right. Because as part of the Crimson Forest pack, as a female, I was supposed to invite them in. With Ronan in Archer's arms behind me guiding my way, I entered. Warmth caressed my face and thawed my frozen lungs, and then I just stood there, like I was caught in a dream. Magic radiated from each individual ruby, and filled me with such a sense of wonder that a place like this could exist. I'd never been anywhere near as beautiful, and never imagined I could see it before I met my wolves. Come in, please. I turned to them with tears in my eyes. I love you all so damn much, so come in out of the cold. They did without hesitation, and then with smiles, touches, and tender kisses to the top of my head. By entering, they'd joined my harem officially and completely, and had just made me the luckiest woman in the world. What if you'd refused? I asked, and then my cheeks flamed. What a stupid question after all we'd been through. Thomas hooked his finger with mine and led us forward.
We're not idiots, Aika. Even Grady,
Archer said with a teasing tone. Grady sighed.
Says the man wearing only a blanket in the middle of winter.
A chuckle burst out of me, the first bit of happiness and hope lifting my burdened shoulders in a long time. They were truly mine, and I was theirs. Deeper into the caves the temperature climbed, but not uncomfortably so. Around a sharp bend in the cave, a pool of clear, mirror-like water stretched several feet to the other side of a tall cavern. Rubies glowed softly from underneath, but they appeared smooth, worn that way from the water. Steam lifted from the surface, and it looked so inviting that I wanted to peel off all my clothes and step inside. Archer dropped his blanket and did just that, and he groaned as he did.
It's perfect. Everything about this place is,
Grady said, grimacing as he took off his coat.
Look.
Fish darted underneath the water. Their white scales dotted a brilliant red. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, enough to keep us alive for a while. Thomas tightened his grip on my hand.
This is a far cry from the cave we holed up in.
No kidding. I smiled down at all of our reflections staring back with relieved faces. This is exactly what we needed. It's like the Ruby Cave knew, or it just thought ahead, if caves can do that. We settled ourselves around the pool, and in Archer's case, in it, while we tended to wounds and soothed our souls. Days passed in our ruby oasis, and we spent our time talking and planning for the future. We slept on the ruby floor of the cave, naked since it was so warm with our clothes and coats underneath us to protect from the rough stones. Ronan slept curled next to Archer, but while awake, she liked to wander, though never too far away from her protective pack, and would bring us lizards or snails as gifts. Every once in a while, she'd whine pitifully.
I'll go get Sasha,
Thomas said after one such time.
Then we'll be together like we should be. I'll leave right now.
I grinned at him as my heart swelled. He'd come a long way from not even being able to look at the wolf pup to holding her to reuniting her with her sister. If she gets ornery, just
kiss her between the ears,
he said with a smile.
I got that from watching you.
I stood from my coat on the ruby floor and crossed toward him. Come back to me, okay?
Always.
He touched his nose to mine and lowered his voice.
When I get back.
I know, I whispered, my blood thrilling at the promise in his voice. Be safe. After he left and Grady took Ronan exploring through the caves, I stripped in front of the pool, feeling Archer's eyes upon me. A smile spread over my face at his groan, his splashes slowing. Mind if I join you? I asked, stepping in up to my calves. Instantly, the water soothed aches I didn't even know I had.
I hoped you would.
The water rippled around me as he neared, and the two of us drew together, led only by our hearts. We wrapped our arms around each other, his skin warm and wet and addicting. Every part of our bodies touched, but I wanted closer. I pressed a kiss to his neck. Are you all right?
Yes,
he said, leaning his forehead against mine.
For the first time in a long time, I'm finally starting to forgive myself. It helps that Ronan is here.
He kissed me.
And Thomas.
Another kiss.
And you.
He kissed me again, deeper, one that left my whole body aching. I love you, Archer, I breathed. I feel like I always have.
I love you too. So much.
Still kissing me, he walked me backward, and then laid me half in the water and half out, my back resting against my coat on the floor.
Let me show you how much.
When Thomas finally came back, he looked like an icicle, yet he smiled as he retrieved Sasha from inside his coat and set her down. Sasha and Ronan's gazes connected from across the pool, and their sisterly bond sealed the two of them together for the rest of their lives. They bounded toward each other around the pool, tumbled into a furry ball, and then began a game of tag like they'd never been apart. The rest of us looked on and laughed until we cried, even though my stomach bounced sideways as I watched them through each other's eyes. I didn't dare close mine. I didn't want to miss a single second of their reunion.
We're together, finally.
Thomas said it like he couldn't quite believe it, and I went to wrap my arms around him. Later, when I stepped out of the pool, dripping wet, Thomas appeared from around the corner, silent as a ghost, like always. I didn't hear him, but I could feel him, the power in his gaze as he looked at me, not just my naked body, but all of me. "Hey," I said, my voice catching as I felt for my clothes next to the pool.
"I missed you,"
he said, lifting me to my feet. "I missed you too."
"No, I missed you. I felt loss."
He touched my cheek.
"That wasn't what you felt because I know Grady and Archer, and you were far from lonely."
Smiling, I held his hand to my face to keep it there. "I did miss you, though."
"I feel."
I nodded. "You do."
"Because of you."
I couldn't tell him he was wrong because I had no way of knowing for sure. Wolves gave me sight. Was it so strange I could give their heartbroken alpha feelings once again? "And because of you," I told him. "Now it's time to heal."
"No."
He backed me into the pool with his clothes still on.
"Now it's time to use the ruby caves for what they were intended for."
After we caught our breaths, he dropped kisses down my hairline and murmured,
"Wolves gave you sight."
I said, melting into him even more.
"And you gave us life,"
he said with a smile pressed against my cheek.
"I love you, Aika song."
Chapter 14. Spring. Like winter, it came gradually, melting away the frost with a slow, gentle sweep of its fingers across the land. Birds called from trees sprouting green leaves, and the air, gilded with sunshine and kissed with a breeze, tasted richer. I drew it in deep and smiled, though the corners of my mouth pinched. I'd been waiting for this day for months, had been counting down to it while the world had repeatedly crushed me down. Yet somehow I was still upright, walking through the crimson forest with my chin held high, 3 wolf shifters at my back and 2 in my arms. The pups' gazes flittered toward the wilds, skittering from tree to tree, and wriggled to give chase, but they weren't going anywhere. Even Ronan, who'd gradually learned to trust me. My swollen belly rode high, and the 2 sisters perched atop it, so I could squeeze them closer to my heart. They'd grown so much that it was sometimes too difficult for me to carry them. I often handed Sasha off to Thomas and Ronan to Archer. But today, right now, I craved their comfort, in case this turned out horribly.
"I can go on ahead,"
Grady offered from behind me. I shook my head, unable to say anything due to the worry knotting my throat. All I'd said that morning when I'd awakened in Archer's arms was, "I need to see her. I need to know." No arguments. No questions. We'd simply left the safety of our cabin and told our new neighbors where we were going. Jade and Lee on one side, Baba next to them, and Shy, Gibby, and Ribbons on our other side. Shy and Gibby were doing as well as could be expected. All we'd told them was that we'd found Logger, that he was dead, but that I'd kept my promise to her. If she blamed me for his death anyway, she never said anything during the hours and hours we spent talking. I loved her like my own sister now, and not at all because she helped me make more four-step poison, just in case. Just as a threat to any wolf packs who decided they wanted the Crimson Forest as their own. I wasn't too worried, though. The only thing the alpha of the slip-joint pack, Jenk, seemed interested in was Shy. But that's their story. Not this one. Jade and Lee were healing, and both Jade and Archer had started teaching me Braille so I could read every book I wanted. They were both unbelievably patient when I grew frustrated, but I was getting there. Baba was Baba. He was coming around to this new way of life, though slowly. One thing that helped was the money I'd made in margin from selling the single ruby I'd found between Ronan's toes. It earned enough to build 3 new cabins around ours, an orphanage for the slaves in margin, money to buy off the sheriff there to end slavery, and more. A lot more. Now the 4 of us kept walking farther north when we saw it, a cabin similar to ours but smaller, and to the right of it, an open stable with a pasture. Empty from the looks of it. My girl. Had whatever illness struck Hellbreath taken her from me for good? Grady said something I couldn't hear over my breaking heart, and then he raced past me toward the cabin. My eyes filled with tears. Of course I knew that she wouldn't be with me forever, but it still stung terribly. She was a friend, a guardian, even a mother to me at one point, when mine had raged herself into one of her many fits. Soon after Hellbreath and I had found each other, I ran away to the barn to escape Amma's words, sharp as barbs, and laid myself at Hellbreath's feet. She'd nuzzled me while I cried myself to sleep. The scarred, abused beauty had shown me what steadfast loyalty meant, and that I never had to be alone with my fears and terrors again. It was the same way I felt toward Thomas, which was why he felt so familiar, and we felt so connected. The scars were the same in all of us, just patterned a little differently between horse, wolf-shifter, and human. "Thomas," I whispered. Within 2 strides, his warmth seeped into my side. "What is it?" I hadn't told him that I suspected the baby was his, just a feeling, really, strengthened with what he'd said to me in the Ruby Cave pool. "And you gave us life." Whether it was his or not didn't matter. The 4 of us would raise it as all of ours, no matter what. Most likely it would be human, judging from what my harem knew of past, though very rare, shifter-human bondings. Perry, if it was a girl, named after Thomas's sister, and Brennan, if it was a boy, named after Sasha and Ronan's brother, and spoiled and cherished by those who were madly in love with it either way. "I wanted you to meet her, my girl," I said to Thomas, my voice breaking. He gave me a sad smile and took Sasha from me, gazing at her with as much love as he did me and my big belly. The sun cast down on him between the fluttering leaves and mottled him with buttery sunlight and life. "I'm sorry, Aika." She was truly something special. Never said no to an apple and always seemed to be waiting for me. I hung my head, the absence of her becoming devastatingly permanent. She was my girl, my stubborn, fiery girl. And she was gone. Clutching my chest, I turned, ready to break down at our cabin, but Archer grabbed my arm and pivoted me back around. "Look," he said, angling Ronan so I could see. Grady stood on the porch, grinning from ear to ear, and pointed east, past the empty stable. An older man wearing a straw hat weaved through the trees and into the clearing, both his hands gripping reins, and behind him strode a beautiful black horse. She locked gazes with me immediately and whinnied a greeting that reached through past and present. I recognized that whinny. I gasped and stumbled forward. "Hellbreath?" Thomas and Archer followed, giving me the pup's vision to see my girl. She looked stunning. Her black hair almost glowing silver and her eyes bright and alert.
"Ah, it's you,"
the man called as Grady rushed toward him from the cabin steps.
"Wondered when you might come by."
I strode toward her, hardly able to believe it was really her. When Grady had last described her leaning against the wall in the barn and unable to hold her head up, I'd thought for sure that, well, I owed this man all of my gratitude, but I couldn't squeeze anything out of my throat.
"This clever horse of yours does whatever the hell she wants."
She jerked toward me hard enough to loosen the man's grip on the reins.
"Hey, whoa, see what I mean?"
I grinned, though it was wobbly.
"Reminds me of someone I know."
Grady pinned me with his gunmetal eyes and smirked.
"See what happens when you let the horse go."
The man did, and Hellbreath and I walked toward each other, the hole in my heart that I'd thought was permanent now sealing shut with relief and a profound sense of love. "My girl," I said, stopping in front of her. "I've missed you." She bowed her head to my big stomach and sniffed, which bubbled up a teary laugh from me as I scratched her favorite spot right between the ears.
"Some things have changed since the last time you saw each other,"
Archer said behind me with a smile in his voice.
"Then that makes two of you,"
the man said with a chuckle.
"Pretty sure this mare got herself a boyfriend somewhere. She's about 6 months along, I reckon."
"No surprise." I whispered into her fur and smiled at the thought of a mini Hellbreath playing with a mini me. "You're perfect." Thomas palmed my lower back.
"One big happy family."
He was right. Horses, humans, wolves. It didn't matter what my family looked like. It didn't even matter if I could truly see it on my own. And we were happy. All of us. Even Grady. Even Thomas, who hadn't bellowed awake from nightmares in a long, long time. I inhaled a long, healing breath and released it, ridding my body of the worries and doubts that had plagued me since before winter. Everything I'd lost, I'd found, and then some. I'd never been happier or more loved than I was right then. Never been more accepted and protected and cherished. Just like the baby Hellbreath was sniffing at. There was really only one difference between my past and now. Love. More family to love. More love between family. Love. That was all. That was enough. This has been Winter's Rage, The Crimson Winter Reverse Harem, Book 3. Written by Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Laurie West. Copyright 2020 by Lindsey R. Loucks. Production copyright by Lindsey R. Loucks.